mean, to help that person. We look at individuals and we scoff our nose at them and we're like, oh, you've been in jail, you did this, you did what? But what are the underlying reasons why a person did what they did? And once more, what can you do? And so while this message, may not necessarily be something that you need, but maybe you know someone else who needs some assistance in this element, in this realm of their life, go to mmfavorite.org. Reach out to us. We have a net of providers. You've heard so many of them speak during the past, I don't know, however many hours we've been at it, right? And they come from all kind of pockets. You just heard from Dr. Katrina, right? And there's that Woman of Worth ministry. And you can get on the phone with individuals every morning, right? 6:15, we have a little praise and worship. We're on a Zoom call. Nobody's camera is on. You know what I mean? You can hear someone say, praise the Lord. That's that morning voice, right? From 6:30 until about 7 o'clock, the word is being given. Someone is praying and ministering, helps jumpstart in that day, right? And individuals, we're able to speak if that thing touches your heart. And that may be what a person needs. We also have Winning Wednesdays where we get on several times throughout the day. The lines are open. You know what I mean? This isn't a secret club. We're here. We're doing kingdom work. We're pressing forward. We're helping individuals who feel like the pressing, is this too much, right? We're helping them. Why? Because this is what we're supposed to do. So if you're not tuned in, dialed in, shame on you. We want to make certain that you are. Reach out to us. Once more, we're here at Maternal Matters Favored. We are spreading the word, God's word, that God is love, you know what I mean? And there are so many different things going on in this world. Why wouldn't we want to help someone that is going through something? Why wouldn't we? Anyway, we are still here once more, and we're grateful, and we're going to be back after these messages. Thank you again. Tam here, coming to you from Favored. Just reaching out to let you know about our upcoming inaugural fundraiser, 24 Hours of Favor. And so for 24 hours, we're going to be broadcasting to raise funds for our Life Skills program. It's a 5-week program in which we provide services to parents that have perinatal and postpartum mood disorders. So we're talking about anxiety, we're talking about levels of depression. We're even talking about forms of psychosis that sometimes take place in these individuals' lives. And what we do as a community, taking a community approach, we make certain that we let these individuals know that they have a tribe in which they can turn to help support them in their walks of life as they're pressing through. Won't you make it your business to tune in, join us in conversations, even possibly pledge, right? For $35, you can send someone through a 5-week program. We hope to see you then.
Save the date, September 14th through 17th, 2023, for the 7th Annual Bold, Beautiful, and Bald Weekend Retreat for Alopecia Awareness. Our travel partner this year is Stephanie Fowler. Call her for your arrangements at 470-331-1788. The 7th Annual Bold, Beautiful, and Bald Weekend Retreat for Alopecia Awareness. Our theme this year is completion, keeping our faith over the struggle. Log on to boldbeautifulandbald.com for more information. Bold, beautiful, and bald. Please allow us to introduce you to one of the graduates of our YUP program.
Hi, my name is Jalen. I live in Michigan, and yep, I'm an author.
YUP, Youth Entrepreneur Author Program. Our goal is to initiate literacy in students and lead them to entrepreneurship through authorship. Our mission is to identify and invite organizations to participate in this program. Students participate in virtual writing workshops where they are encouraged to write their stories and provide reviews of stories read. We ask you to support our youth. For a donation of only $50, your company or organization will be mentioned as a youth supporter in the next audiobook. Send an email to yupi'manauthor@gmail.com to provide a scholarship for a young person to participate. Proceeds are accepted and disbursed by NGB Productions. And now, these students are authors and entrepreneurs. Follow us online. Just search for Yup, I'm an Author on Facebook. Use the hashtag Yup, I'm an Author. Or call 407-914-6519. That's 407-914-6519 for more information. This program is sponsored in part by NGB Productions.
Yep, I'm an author.
Mental health disorders among parents. I wanted to have a chat with a mother that may not fit in the box of pregnant women with major depressive episodes. I wanted to chat with a mother who, it's okay if she'd like to remain anonymous, but I wanted to chat with a mother who was in her 40s when she had her first and last child. If a woman, is of that age, she should have everything together to be able to combat and fight against mental health or major depressive episodes. But as we all know, depression can hit no matter what your economic standard is, no matter what your family situation can be, and who is here to help geriatric mothers. I hate to call them that, but who is there to help the grandparents that may be dealing with mental health challenges while they're raising their grandchildren? Who can help those that don't fall in the guideline of being a pregnant woman? So I'd like to welcome my guest this evening. Hi there. Hi. Thank you for making plans to join me today. And
I don't have to Be anonymous. This is
Oh,
Sonia Bennett, Sonia B.
okay.
I have no problem with expressing the mental challenges of being a geriatric single mother. No
Thank you.
problem.
Thank you. I do appreciate that. I do. So can you tell everybody just a little bit about maybe how old you were when you got pregnant and what kind of situation you were in and how it led to the major depressive episodes that you are still experiencing today?
So, I got pregnant when I was 40 years old. It was a very interesting situation. I came to visit family members, my eldest sister and my niece, out of state, and decided, since here in Michigan I wasn't doing anything, I wasn't working at the time, I was living with a roommate, so I didn't own any property, and my life was really on pause. And I decided that I was going to make a change, move to another state, live with my sister and my niece. And lo and behold, I came back home and was actually packing and getting ready to make this move. And I received a letter in the mail from a religious group, and it basically was asking for a donation. In the letter, there was a kneeler that you were to get down and pray on. Um, I can't remember if it was Jesus's face or Mary's face, but it was something that you were supposed to pray on and send back to them with the donation, of course, and they were going to basically God with you for whatever you prayed for. So, of course, my prayer was, Lord, send me a sign, please. Just send me something, a reason to live, because at that point, I felt like I had absolutely no reason to live, whether I was in Michigan or Florida or whatever. But I need change. I needed something to give me a reason to wake up every day. And a couple of days later, as I was saying goodbye to my then boyfriend, I got pregnant. I didn't understand actually that I was pregnant because I didn't think that I could get pregnant. I was 40 years old, and I had a couple of years previously had the gastric bypass weight loss surgery, which, once your body is healthy, then you are open for all kinds of good things sometimes. And
Open to receiving blessings.
that's right. And that's exactly what happened. I was starting to pick up weight, and so I was working out more. I didn't understand why I was picking up weight. And finally, I went to the Red Cross to donate blood because that is something that I do. There are people out there who need blood, plasma, things of that nature. And they indicated that my iron was very low. And I told them I was a gastric bypass patient and that I have been anemic since then. And they said, oh, this is a little lower than even that. So after sitting there and drinking my orange juice and they tested me again, it was even lower. And they suggested, is there any way you could be pregnant? No, I'm 40 years old. But I left there, went to Planned Parenthood, and I had a pregnancy test. The first one was urine, and it came back positive immediately. I asked for a blood test, and it came back positive, and I was so upset. I literally showed out in the clinic, as they say, and to the point I had to send gift, an apology gift, because I was really upset. I couldn't believe that at my age, at 40, I was about to be a mother. And that's kind of how it went. When I spoke to the father about it, he didn't believe it because he was a tad bit older than me, and we really thought that we were safe. And but God works miracles, and my daughter was definitely a miracle. Though he abandoned us at that moment, 6 weeks in, uh, it's been a blessing and an up and down learning lesson for myself and my daughter. And I just thank God for that change that I prayed for and that He gave me.
Now that is wonderful. The entire testimony about how they encouraged you to get on your face and ask God for a sign, and because I can imagine there are a lot of people like that just kind of in a place where they're looking for something different, and it sounds like you were receptive. Once it sunk in, you were receptive. But earlier you said you were trying to find a reason to wake up every day. Do you think that could have been some of the precursor to depression, or just trying to find a purpose? Can you go more into that, please?
Well, definitely. My sister was dealing with depression, and my niece was affected in that living environment. And little did I know, depressive uh, issues as well. My mother passed away at 29. When I was 29, she was 54, from a massive heart attack. And um, I just have been kind of bouncing around since then. I wasn't able to mentally pursue my career that I went to school for. It was so traumatizing to me that it really changed my life. From that point on, I just kind of abandoned my career and jumped from job to job. And at that point, by 40, I had really just decided I didn't know what direction my life was going in. And that can be depressing. It wasn't a matter of anyone giving me any guidance. I definitely was going through some depression, and actually being around my sister, I thought that we could support each other. And that was the reason I was considering moving down to be a little closer to her. Definitely, it was some depression that had nothing to do with being a mother. And then during my pregnancy, um, it exacerbated a lot because I had an OBGYN who was constantly reminding me of my age and the
Oh, I
fact.
know that probably didn't help.
No, definitely not. Well, you're 40, so you can't expect that this is gonna be a viable pregnancy, and you've had a couple of miscarriages before, so you should be ready for it this time. And
Oh
the
no.
last time he said that to me, I told him it is your job to make sure that this is a viable pregnancy. I'm going to do my part. God's going to do his part. You better do your part. So it was as if a light switch went off for him. And he started giving me extra hormones that I had to take vaginally. And, he started pretending like he was a doctor then instead of just a naysayer. So that helped, which I desperately needed because my hormones were everywhere. So if I wasn't depressed before the pregnancy, I definitely,
Right.
my depression
Right.
after her
Right.
father, dismissed
Right.
us and.
Internet radio, the first wave, the best sounds, V108, the soul of America.
There's no place better than right here and right now with the Queen Bee.
another club day. And sometimes it seems like nobody understands my pain. I go through struggles each and every day. I feel like a ship. It's just because I'm a Christian doesn't mean I don't go through things. I go through things just like everybody else, man. People talk about me and the devil stay in my face trying to bring me down. And when people hate on me, just use that as motivation to help me keep on moving, cause the devil can't win. And that night I will cry puddles on my pillow. No father, no mother, no chance, no God. The only thing I can follow is the voice inside. But right now that voice is telling me to do wrong. Lord, I'm struggling, trying to get through. Lord, I need you. Lord, I need you. I'm struggling, trying to make it through. Lord, I need you. Lord, I need you. Yeah. I'm changing my life and never going back to what I did last night. To leave that old man behind and forsake everything that has caused me to step out of line. To recommit, resubmit, and revitalize. Repent and show God that I apologize. I must have made a million mistakes. I guess I underestimated just what it would take to honestly want God lead 24/7. To hold my flesh where my flesh is tested. I woke up this morning with the intentions of being a faithful, sanctified, integral, believing true man of God in spite of just what I'm seeing. A world full of hate, a church with no love. Something's wrong here, man, it don't add up. I'm not encouraged, but I just can't back up. I'm struggling, trying to make it through. Lord, I need you. Lord, I need you. I'm struggling, trying to make it through. Lord, I need you. Lord, I need you. Lord, I'm struggling, trying to make it through. Lord, I need you. Lord, I need you. I'm struggling, trying to make it through. Lord, I need you. Lord, I need you. Lord, I need you, Lord. Help me. Help me. Lord, I need you. Yes. Lord, I need you. Oh, I need you, need you, need you.
It sure is, baby. Life is so wonderful, and it's all because of Jesus. Turn your radios up right now. Let's go. Come on. L-I-F-E. 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 Yeah, more than life. More than life. Everything that you got or own, cars, clothes, jewelry, homes. In an instant, we'll be gone. I pray you get this thing you don't. See, one day I'll be gone. One day I'm going home. Material possessions gone. I can't take it with me, no. I value life itself. God is my eternal wealth. Cause money comes and goes, and you know how that story goes. Some get paid for shows, some get paid for flows. But none of that matters, no, no. Man, none of that matters, no. is about billionaires. Listen, some pull up a chair, take notes, we dropping science here. So get to know the ledge by confessing this Christ who lives. Plus the freedom he gives, be a religious fugitive. Yo, that's just how we live. Yo, that's just how we rock. Christians, we don't stop. Yeah, I said it, we don't stop. You live your life with Christ into my kingdom. So please don't act dumb as if he didn't save some. God be dropping wisdom to free you from your prison. Now that's the reason the begotten son to redeem those who were lost, destined to be with him. So are you with him or are you dissing him? You need to learn some discipline. Get right to serving him. To make that cash, on top of more cash, yeah, on top of more cash. Now how long will they last? It's going faster than a camera flash. When you didn't really do the math, nor consider his righteous path. But now consider his rap is worse than a mafia blood. Final destination after life, you don't have to ask. Talking about heaven or hell, and you may know very well that they exist, although at times we get amnesia with it. No with it, it's coming real soon. When you hit the rave, boy, or hear them trumpets boom, where are you gonna be? What are you gonna see? I pray you're gonna be down with the Jews, G.O.D. So you can follow me, because I follow Christ. Plus I value my life because of Jesus' sacrifice. It's what me straight, so I don't live fake. It's all by his grace that one day I will see his face.
Yeah, man, I was just thinking about how far God had brought me from, how much I done overcame, and God had to pull me out of a lot. Hey, I know he pulled you out of a lot of stuff too. I just hope this encouraged somebody to be an overcomer. Let's testify a little bit. Hey.
Look at where he brought me from. Yeah, where he brought me from. Where he brought me from. Look at where he brought me from. A long way, a long way, a long way. A long way, a long way.
I used to throw hands up in high school. No woo, had the clan up in high school. 45 fool up in high school. He swung, I swung, that was my rules. Came from a mighty long way. Used to scream, police like O'Shea. Ignore mama words when they came to church. Busy trying to get them girls out them skirts. Smiling in their face, lying in their ears. Running game, playing games, wasting all them years. Spinning dubs, strip clubs, I was out my mind. 89 Coupe de Ville, I was trying to shine. Switching lanes. In the rain, spend the night, no control. I call his name, I need to change. He heard my prayers, I saved joint air, fresher than the breast of bear. Look at how far.
Look at where he brought me from. Yeah, where he brought me from. Look at where he brought me from.
Where he brought you from?
A long way, 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 a long way.
You hear that? Look how far he brought me from. Son saw me turn from his face, saw me fall away from grace, but how far he caught me from. How far he caught you from? A long way. And I thought you never asked, but let's get into that. These same lips that once gave was the same lips that blaspheme God on the internet. But hold up, wait a minute, we ain't finished yet. Such a disappointment, such a misuse of my anointing. I remember dancing with the devil, went from a two-step. Now I'm romancing with the devil. Look how far I led my family away, Lord help us. I got us into stuff that I couldn't get us out. Like how we end up in this mess, Jesus please be my GPS. I need you to course correct and come and switch the route. Didn't know how much more I could take, but the day I sang amazing is your grace.
Look at where he brought me from.
Where he brought me
Yeah,
from.
where he brought me from.
Where he brought me from.
Where he brought me from.
Me.
Look at where he brought me from.
You hear that? You hear that?
A long way,
A long way.
a long way,
A long way.
a long way,
A long way. A long way.
a long way,
A long way.
a long way,
A long way.
a long
A long way.
Hey. Yeah. Hey. I go Balena. Know that the game that's a major. I'm in a new season. I like my chicken with seasoning. I'm black and Filipina. I believing in Jesus. Living my life through the pieces. Go double tap on my racing. Put you in shock like a seizure. Other rappers Asia. Spread the word till you like measles. Holy Spirit that me so lethal. I kill them all, but it's legal. Purge for the soul needle. Rolling down the block, two-seater. Driven through traffic in a beamer. God got grace, I ain't even need it. Holla at my brother cause he need a reason. Why you say grace if you don't really mean it? With a snake that was back in Eden. Food on your plate, well you better eat it. Put it all to waste, you will never see it. Life is but a breath and you can't repeat it. I do what I say or it ain't even. Get my hair dead so it stay even. Haters tryna kill the vibe but stay cheesy. You ain't with the thing, go ahead and leave it. One way team and it's all I'm needed. Let me switch up, catch me outside. Holla at your brother cause he see me on the side. He been looking at me cause I seem to be his type. If he ain't really better, tell him not to waste my time. I go Balena, know that the game that's a major. I'm in a new season. I like my chicken with seasoning. I'm black and Filipina. I believing in Jesus. Living my life through the pieces. Go double tap on my racing. I was just made with a gift. Didn't know that I would spit. Could never do nothing like this, and now I'm running this race where I fit. Look, I don't even care about looking funny. Everybody worry about following the trend. Let me go ahead and blow your mind. You can get a second deal, you can take it all in. Y'all don't even know me, dude. Yeah, I said my name, but I'm awfully rude. Now I'm just playing. Anybody know me, know I'm sweet like a lamb. And I'm bad. Looking in the mirror like, wow. Look at my style. Stunning on these haters like, ouch. I got bigger, better goals, finna come up on me, and he already put me to the top. I've been put up on a certain path, only God knows if I'll ever be the one to stop. I was born in years straight, and I'm just getting started like I'm on a date. Got a lot of work ahead, so I gotta put it all together like I'm running out of tape. Satisfied, that's a true feeling that I really like. But that don't mean I'm really gonna compromise. I just know I gotta get ahead in life, sorry, gotta run a light. Anything that's not for the good, gotta curve right. And if you ain't with my team, better step aside. I can never fall for another type of life. I go Balena, know that the game that's a major. I'm in a new season. I like my chicken with seasoning. I'm black and Filipina. I believing in Jesus. Living my life through the pieces. Go double tap on my racing.
On April 1st, 2023, our Father woke me up to begin this writing. As my computer awoke from sleep mode, a Facebook memory popped up. At first, I didn't want to read it and fall down that rabbit hole of clicking and reading and clicking and scrolling. I had spent March 31st in the ebbs and flows of life, receiving great news and experiencing greater stress. During my waking hours, I longed for a peaceful night of rest, and last night did not disappoint. Now I see how God has allowed me to begin my healing from the grief. A marriage separation is a precarious place to be. On one hand, you miss the good times you shared with another. On the other hand, you find yourself traveling the cycles: denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance, as defined by a psychiatrist in 1969. This next part of my story made me smile, laugh, and rejoice over the memory. It made me see just how far I have come with my healing towards acceptance. The Winds of Change by Evangelist Angie B. Chapter 5. The Light at the End of Darkness by Kendra Collins. The Root of Rejection. My life started off with a rocky beginning. I was born to a single mother who suffered from postpartum depression after giving birth to me. This led me into a whirlwind of going into the Children's Services system. I was bounced from house to house of my relatives and was molested by an in-law. Eventually, my grandmother took guardianship of me because it seemed like no one else wanted to keep me. My grandmother and I have always had a strong relationship. She is my rock and taught me so many things. She instilled old school values in my conscience as a child.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Bedside Church of God in Christ. This is Bishop T-Dog. So today's sermon is going to be talking about doing the most. Oh, you got quiet in here now. Amen. Y'all want a street dance, but you don't want a praise dance.
Right,
huh?
Pastor.
Y'all dance in the club, but don't want to dance in church. But the parents is not bringing their kids in. The kids showing not. The kids doing a little too much. Son, what you want? Try to preach, huh?
Excuse me, Pastor. I don't mean no disrespect, but I think I speak for everybody in the congregation when I say we have no idea what we're talking about.
See, that's your problem now. You're not listening. I tell you what, if you think you can do better than I can, come up here and do it yourself.
Mr. No compromise in the building. Swag so on fire, set fire to the ceiling. Put your hands in the air if you feeling this, cause I'm about to set it out to the picket. Boy, I got time to play. See, boy, I live this. You it, catch me. Working that work, but about my father business. Turkey too concerned about the beat. They don't listen to the lyrics. They trying to put me in the box. Tell me that I'm just trying to reach the youth. Give us something that they can listen to. Try to give us something good for their soul. Call it chicken noodle soup. See, I've been there and I done that. Trying to save it for them landmines. Yeah, the devil's on the move. Yeah, homie, it's game time. I refuse to turn down. I'm on board like Monopoly. Two turned up. Yeah, you can't stop me. Turn down. Turn down. Turn down. I don't really wanna turn down. Turn down. Turn down. Turn down. I don't really wanna turn down. Can't stop and I won't turn down. Can't stop and I won't turn down. Can't stop and I won't turn down. Can't stop it, won't turn down. Can't stop and I won't turn down. Can't stop and I won't turn down. Can't stop and I won't turn down. Can't stop it. Turn down. Turn down. Turn down. I don't really wanna turn down. Turn down. Turn down. Turn down. I don't really wanna turn down.
Turning up is my specialty. It's in my veins, it's what I bleed. In my mouth, yeah, continually. It's my lifestyle, it's daily. Let me give you some clarity. Why the stinking devil, he tired of me. Won't catch me with my head low. Depressed and stressed, that's no go. Not bothered by the status quo. I won't be part of that puppet show. Got victory in Jesus. So turn up when we see ya. You know some reason. Praising him in season. See, I can't turn down. So watch me, hey, get down. Praising the roof off this place. Don't mind me, just give me some space. Go in, don't you hesitate. Praise him in his holy place. See, I can't turn down. So watch me, get down. See, I can't turn down. So watch me, hey, get down.
Turn down. Turn down. Turn down. I don't really wanna turn down. Turn down. Turn down. Turn down. I don't really wanna turn down. Can't stop and I won't 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 turn down. Turn down. Turn down. Turn down. I don't really wanna turn down. Turn down. Turn down. Turn down. I don't really wanna turn down.
Wait a minute. This track is anointed. I'm free. No more shackles on me. No more depression in me. Thank you, Lord, that I'm free. Yeah. Hallelujah, I'm free, I'm free. I'm free, I'm free. I'm free, I'm free. Thank you, Lord, that I'm free. No more shackles on me. Walking with too much weight on my shoulders. Depression sitting on my back like it was a boulder. Nobody knew cause I kept it all to myself. Nobody knew I was struggling with my mental health. I almost lost my mind at the age of 9. I felt like I was the reason that my daddy died. I felt like I was the reason why my grandma cried. Broken hearted cause her son is no longer alive. Satan wanted me to live in sorrow, with no hope, tomorrow. So suicidal thoughts, it crossed my mind. I wish that I could just turn back the hands of time. It wasn't till I gave my life to Christ, and that's when I had true peace in my life. I thank you, Lord, for always watching over me, protecting me. Hallelujah, Jesus. Thank you, Lord, that I'm free. No more shackles on me. No more depression in me. Thank you, Lord, that I'm free. Yeah. Hallelujah, I'm free, I'm free.
depression enemy. Thank you, Lord, that I'm free. Yeah. Hallelujah. I'm free, I'm free. I'm free, I'm free. I'm free, I'm free. Thank you, Lord, that I'm free. No more shackles on me. Yeah. I'm free. No shackles on me. No more depression enemy. Thank you, Lord, that I'm free. Yeah. Hallelujah. I'm free, I'm free. I'm free, I'm free. I'm free, I'm free. Thank you, Lord, that I'm free. No more shackles on me. Yeah. Uh-oh.
So when I say that it's over, it's over, it's over, yeah. Man, I mean that it's over, it's over, it's over, yeah. The game's over. Lights out, game tight, game ready. You stack the chips against me, my deepest sympathy. Lights out, game tight, game ready. Don't ever bet against me, cause when I say that it's over, it's over, it's over, yeah. Man, I mean that it's over, it's over, it's over, yeah. The game's over. Our Father who art in heaven, it's time for me to share my confession. Been by the flames and I learned my lesson. Took all the pain and death without question. Cause no matter what I did or I didn't do, I can never throw shade or put it on you. My choices were my choices, but I made it out, so I gotta say thank you. You think that you could ever stop me now? Gotta keep it moving, I ain't losing, I'm standing on higher ground. So I say that it is over now, I ain't playing around. Cause when I say that it's over, it's over, yeah. Man, I mean that it's over, it's over, it's over, yeah. The game's over. Lights out, game tight, game ready. You stack my deepest sympathy. Lights out, game tight, game ready. Don't ever bet against me, cause when I say that it's over, it's over, it's over, yeah. Man, I mean that it's over, it's over, it's over, yeah. The game's over. Think it's tough, but I had enough, yeah. Shots fired, man, I call you bluff. I'm in it to win it. What a start, I'm gonna finish, no question. When I say it's over, meant that. And I don't talk my game, I live that. I'm on another level, never settle, never has that. Better call the reverend, cause the sermon gonna need that. You think that you could ever stop me now? Gotta keep it moving, I ain't losing, I'm standing on higher ground. So when I say that it is over now, I ain't playing around. Say that it's over, it's over, it's over, yeah. Man, I mean that it's over, it's over, it's over, yeah. The game's over. Lights out, game tight, game ready. You stack the chips against me, my deepest sympathy. Lights out, game tight, game ready. Don't ever bet against me, cause when I say that it's over, it's over, it's over, yeah. Man, I mean that it's over, it's over, it's over, yeah. The game's over, the game's over, the game's over. So when I say that it's over, the game's over, the game's over, the game's over. So when I say that it's over, the game's over.
Internet radio, the first wave, the best sounds, V108. The soul of America. The music you want to hear, V108, the vibe.
What? Side, feeling the pressure, the best never settle for lesser. I guess you're wondering who's the one that's out to bless you, but don't test ya. My texture comes to rest ya, to wrestle like a wrestler until you come correct. Size the realest, my water stealest. I'm always illest and called to feel this. Kill this spirits, kiss spiritual fists on my diss list. I never miss this, fight wrong, dismiss with clenched fists. In abyss miss, I hiss and see who's next on my diss list. Saddle and straddle the paddle. I'm in a battle, heads I'm a rattle. Like wolves in a herds be chasing cattle. Check those when the spectro. Like a hex show, be pulling hard and never let go. My stress full, in the view I'm the chosen, fighting spiritual foes and leaving them lyrically frozen, physically dozing, check the pros in. See who's the strongest in the limelight, keeping a rhyme tight, saying get saved and at the times writing high heights. Filling the space, stay in my place, lifting weights, making haste to never see lost souls of people go to waste. Side flybys, doing drive-bys with high cries, lurk the earth in the sky high, standing by my full of strength, pulling hints, rules the earth to the fullest tent, at the fullest length, his wisdom makes a lot of sense. In the blood I'm rinsing, ever since I made the decision of precision to take up the mission of his son. He's risen, both hands and feet the incision, completed mission, the battle is his when it is done. In a street town, giving a beat down, in his count to 10 heat round. My foot on his face to keeping my feet down. Procrastinate, my enemies I want to permanently assassinate. Patiently I have to wait till this world pass away. My enemies I want to permanently assassinate. Patiently I have to wait. My life is laid out, writing rhymes receive my payout. So I won't stray out, gotta fight the devil until the day's out. He stays out, mowing in format, walk on his head like a doormat. Because of Christ I'm really all that. What's the definition of the life some people live in? They hear two voices, but the choice is one voice they listen. God's voice they dissing. Listen, they need to be doped up and sewn up like incisions need stitching. God's voice I'm never missing, never mistaken. I be the one he's used and taken. To shake this world awaken, I'm never faking. The kingdom of darkness I'm breaking, in fact cracking. Never lacking cause I'm stacking on high rack. You come to the rack, you get your ball smacked. Shoot your fiery arrows at my rack and you gon' fall black. Take it all back, everything you stole. I got a warrant for your arrest by much love, police patrol, unleash the hold. Yo, you wanna put down what keeps us soul, the promise told. Yo, I be on the microphone remote, it's never fold. Throwing forever death blows, I never fascinate past my fate. Some people wonder why they pass the gate, procrastinate. My enemies I want to permanently assassinate. Patiently I have to wait till this world pass away. My enemies I want to permanently assassinate. Patiently I have to wait. I'm in the race against the man, running wild like an outcast. In the devil's face I talk trash, a better place I win cash. Ask, you always win? Yeah, I always win. This battle is won until the end, but to permanently kill. Yeah, currency thrill would be an act I never want to miss, but currently still I chill on my endeavors. Hold to wisdom, staying clever, scorching devils and torching them with terror as my error. Me and God don't be liking them, fighting them, smiting them, striking them. The word is light and so we lighten them. God knows I wish I'm killing them, spilling them. And when they down I turn around, reverse the healing them. Like helium they arise back into their old state. After a short wait they just come back to get some more hate. A sore state is what they be in as I attempt to let no sinning. Alongside on God's side I'm always winning. Side coming through with the latest greatest. Yeah, I don't procrastinate. It's just the way I feel.
Under your shadow, under your wing, hide me, hide me, hide me, cover me. Alright, yeah. Even in the middle of the night, I know it's gonna be alright. You hide me, surrounded on every side, but my enemies won't survive. Under your shadow. Take my future or my family. Satan's a robber who wants everything. Yeah. Looking on the brighter side, I can't believe it's still alive. You hide me, I think it's gonna be alright. My enemies won't survive. Under your shadow. Yeah. I'm under your wing. Yeah.
I love my daddy. He gives me hugs and kisses when he wakes me up. He helps me make mommy's tea in the morning. He always reads a book to me before bedtime.
I Love My Daddy is a heartwarming children's book about the special bond between a little girl and her father. It follows a day in the life of a little girl and her daddy. Produced for audiobook by Angie B. Productions.
Narrated by me, Ramona Young.
And narrated by me, the Queen Bee, Angie B.
Tam here, coming to you from Favored. May is Maternal Mental Health Month. Yes, it is a thing. Did you know that women of any age, race, culture, and income level can experience perinatal anxiety, depression, and other mood disorders? That symptoms normally start to develop when a woman is pregnant and through their first year after childbirth? And that there are well-researched and well-effective methods for which a person can recover? There is. And this is where Maternal Matters Favored come in. We provide counseling, support groups, and a life skills program to parents and backing them up while they're balancing out parenthood and life all at one time. Remember, there's no manual to parenting, but there is a tribe for every parent. We hope that you join us.
Save the date, September 14th through 17th, 2023, for the 7th Annual Bold, Beautiful, and Bald Weekend Retreat for Alopecia Awareness. Our travel partner this year is Stephanie Fowler. Call her for your arrangements at 470-331-1788. The 7th Annual Bold, Beautiful, and Bald Weekend Retreat for Alopecia Awareness. Our theme this year is completion, keeping our faith over the struggle. Log on to boldbeautifulandbald.com for more information. Bold, beautiful, and bald.
See, you might not understand what I'm saying, but if you listen real close, you will get what I'm saying. If you listen to what I'm saying, understand what I'm saying? Let's go! I'm all up in these streets like I am dope. I stay off in these streets like I am dope. I move that word around like if it's dope. I'm so fresh, so clean, I am dope. Dope, dope, dope. I stay off in these streets like I am dope. Dope, dope, yeah. I'm talking number Christ. Yeah, I'm about that life. They say you too Christian. I say show you right. I'm like Dolomite. About to hit the streets tonight and move that word around like if it is some pure white. Some say I'm rude. Some say I'm cool. I'm just dope, dope, dope. That mean I'm that dude. I just spread the word around. That's just what I do. I'm all up in these streets like I am dope. I stay off in these streets like I am dope. I move that word around like if it's dope. I'm so fresh, so clean, I am dope. Dope, dope, dope. I stay off in these streets like I am dope. Dope, dope, dope. I stay so much off in these streets, they think I'm selling. But I ain't going back like DMX off in Billy. Plus I'm a two-time felon, ain't got time for playing. And I'ma spread the word, homie, I don't care what y'all saying. Look at me, dope. Look at you, no. What I teach, hope, you just a slippery zone. I'm all up in these streets like I am dope. I stay off in these streets like I am dope. I move that word around like if it's dope. I'm so fresh, so clean, I am say y'all fit these streets like I am dope. What? Dope, dope, dope.
I got trouble in my mind, double for my kind. So deep in the back, both feet are in the black holes, but another hubble can I find me to recover in the mind? Could have other others with the rhyming, finding I'm covered in a sign. It's a covenant of time. Never again will I flood thee. Said it again, said it within. Sediment when they made the flood cease. Curse is the ground we've been living. When it's live for the living, in the sky we've been given. It's the promise of a prism. All the promise of grace is upon us. I'm on the shame on we model honest. Do one minute on the song and the prominent. Move around, move around. Move around, move around. Move around, move around. Move around, move around. Yo. They brought, who they got in a threat level midnight doomsday clock. Soon they thought, who stay drop in that West Coast fresh haiku they top. West. Haiku, soliloquies, prose and poems I used for hilling me roads to roam. The throne was home that's known by those who proved ability. Move on, you clone. Yo, I really be killing the dealer stealer with no move of their own. Can I be both the men and be scattered mentally? Both the men I be battered. Time after time, leave my family behind. All the men I reach, quote the family matters. Move about, move about.
Hey, okay, that sound like the bitch sound good. They talking, I can't even hear. What you say? They hating, I don't really care. Cause I be in the clouds, floating in the air. Hey, glancing down at these people, like man, they're so small. And I feel good, I feel real tall. And I feel like I can do anything. Because I'm plugged in with the streets. And man, it feel good. And I know I'm misunderstood. Because I'm so untraditional. Sold out, believer, not religious, but I'm spiritual. And also I'm clean of mind. I'm putting in that work for my God. I'm out here clean and grind. They trying to stop me, but I won't let them. They say I'm home, that's what I tell them. Okay, I'm just spiritual, non-traditional. I am not alone, I just thought that you should know. I'm not religious, I'm killing tradition. I'm working for the king, this is kingdom business. And I'm feeling so free. It feels good to be me. Man, I'm feeling so free. It feels good to be me.
Feeling free like an inmate that just got out. Used to be bound by sin, call it that lockdown. That's right. Now I'm plugged in, no turning back. I'm about my father's business, you can quote that. And a lot of these churches, they trying to hold me back. Tell her what I do for God that he don't support that. But ain't nobody got time for that. I ain't got time to listen. Romans 8:31 on my brain, I ain't tripping. Somebody hit the streets with my snapback. They don't wanna come to church, so I'ma take the church away they at. I'm so committed, I'm the same with it. I'm round and I'm getting it. Temperature home 212, no fever, but the sun on me. Be the salt of the earth, that's what the sun told me. 1 Peter 2:9, yeah, it's all on me. Religious blockers on me. Now I'm on fleek, I'm on my Ray Charles. These haters I
I'm
can't
just
see.
spiritual, non-traditional. I am not alone, I just thought that you should know. I'm not religious, I'm killing tradition. I'm working for the king, this is kingdom business. And I'm feeling so free.
I got trouble in my mind, double for my kind. So deep in the backbone, feet are in the black holes, but another hubble can I find? Need to recover in the mind, cut up other others with the rhyming, finding I'm covered in a sign. It's a covenant of time, never again will I flood thee. Said it again, said it within, said I meant when he made the flood cease. Curse is the ground we've been living, when they slide with the ribbon, in the sky we've been given. It's the promise of a prism, or the promise of grace is upon us. I'm on a shame on a remount on honest, do I'm in it's on a song and a prominent. Move around, move who they got in a threat level midnight doomsday clock. Soon they thought who's they drop in that West Coast fresh haiku they top. Haiku soliloquies, prose and poems I used for healing me roads to Rome. The throne was home that's known by those who proved ability. Move on, you clone. Yo, I really be killing the dealer stealer with no move of their own. Can I be both the men and be scattered mentally? Both the men I be battered. Time after time, leave my family behind. All the men I reach, quote the family matters. Move about, move about.
Struggle music, struggle music, struggle music, struggle music, struggle music, struggle music.
I can see the end of the tunnel, but first I must embrace my struggle and put it to music, and I can see the light at a distance, but I won't stop now, I stay persistent. I keep on pushing, this is my struggle.
Creativity suppressed, myself I can't express. I'm looking for an outlet. I got the words but they just won't fit. But I refuse to quit. I got a hit I can't miss. I got a wife and 3 kids. The urgency is all in my ad-libs. So I fall and I pray to my maker. Hold on, don't let go, like Jacob, till the day he changes my name. Situation, spirit and mind frame, struggle music. So I fall and I pray to my maker. Hold on, don't let go, like Jacob, till the day he changes my name. Situation, spirit and mind frame, struggle music. Man, I won't stop. I'm gonna keep on pushing till my casket drops. Regardless of what happens, man, I won't stop. I'm gonna keep on pushing till my casket drops. The Dow Jones going up, the stock market's about to crash. I'm nearly paying $5 for a gallon of gas. Racism still around, y'all. I'm seeing nooses on trees. Troops still in Iraq. Last week another middle school shooting. So I fall and I pray to my maker. Hold on, don't let go, like Jacob, till the day he changes my name. Situation, spirit and mind frame, struggle music. So I fall and I pray to my maker. Hold on, don't let go, like Jacob, till the day he changes my name. Situation, spirit and mind frame, struggle music. cause man, I won't stop. Yeah. I'm gonna keep on pushing till my casket drop.
Sometimes life comes at me like an enemy. Circumstances inflict pain on my dreams. Confusion, delusions, they torment me. Lord Jesus, I surrender. Rescue me.
Changed my mind. I was gonna quit, but I got off my behind and kept on pushing, kept on pushing. I was gonna stop, but I changed my mind. I was gonna quit, but I changed my mind. I was gonna quit, but I got off my behind and kept on pushing, kept on pushing. Struggle means the struggle, struggle means that, struggle means the struggle, struggle means that, struggle means the struggle, struggle means that, struggle means that.
The music you want to hear. V108. The vibe. Internet radio. The first wave. The best sounds. V108. The soul of America.
Under your shadow, under your wing, hide me, hide me, hide me, cover me. Alright, yeah. Even in the middle of the night, I know it's gonna be alright. You hide me, surrounded on every side, but my enemies won't survive. Under your shadow, under your wing, great defender, fighting for me. Can't take my future or my family. Satan's a robber who wants everything. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Looking on the brighter side, I can't believe it's still alive. You hide me, I think it's gonna be alright. My enemies won't survive. Under your shadow, yeah, 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 yeah. I'm under your wing, yeah, 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 yeah. Great defender, you're my everything. You keep me safe, keep me safe, keep me safe, keep me safe, keeping me safe.
I'm not the girl that I used to be. I always say yes, no wasn't testing me. You never know who's really free. Always being tested, the enemy or me. I fight alone, the enemy is me. Always in my mind, crisscross release. Mirror image of the girl that's standing right in front of me. Mentality. Mentality. Hello, 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 hello. Mentality, hello, hello, la la, la la, la la. It's mentality, la la, la la, la la, la la. We're all puppets in this little social game, hoping and wishing, hoping and praying. No, we won't be your next tragedy. We got the most high above me. Gotta learn to let it go. So much control. Lift your hands up. Come fight with me. You're amazing, hair, skin, eyes. Don't listen to the lies, don't paralyze your mind. Don't overthink, just be a little clearer. You're amazing, just look in the mirror. So strong, ambitious, a queen. Whatever you set your mind to, you can achieve. Regardless of any insecurities, you can do it. Just do it for you. Do it for you. Stay strong, you too. You got it, you're gonna pull through. I've been there, them insecurities, they don't go away unless you really dig deep. Queen B, mommy mission, I'm on the road. Here's the better days, you gotta let them know. Mentality. Mentality. Do you remember me? Do you remember me? I'm not that girl that I used to be. Do you remember me? Do you? Sun shining bright, ablaze, la la la. Take this pain away, la la la. Sun shining bright, ablaze, la la la. Take this pain away, la. Insecurities wash away, la la. Take my pain away, hello. Insecurities wash away, sunshine. I'm not that girl anymore. You gotta dig deep. Check out the melody. You gotta dig, I'm not who I dig deep. Check out the melody. It's away. Check out the insecurities. It's washed away. Check out the melody. Sit back, relax. Check your mentality. Check your mentality. Relax. Check your mentality.
Drama beats. Cyclone, gross. Checkmate. Yeah. Verily, I tell it readily. My therapy is get a beat and let it beat in my memory. Yeah. Then very cleverly, I choose my delivery to the melody with incredible flexibility. Let it release from the inner me, bubbling, going all out energy with agility, flexibility. Yeah. That's in the king in the heavenlies. Forget going a wrong route, tendency, sensibly steering with stability. What? I especially move when the pressure is heavily telling me you never excelling to successfully move. I got nothing to prove, blessed with a heavenly destiny too. Endlessly breathless, see eternity
these views. Tune into my lyrics so you can sing along. They encourage my spirit more when the beat is on. Drawn away from my limits with my belief in God. Make a move terrific, clearing obstacles like Vietnam.
Make a motion. Make a move. Make a motion. Make a move. Hear ye.
My melody will forever heavily tell of the necessary celebrity.
Jesus King.
I love him terribly. My steps carefully, prayerfully kept while I'm developing. Best to believe I'm a merrily. Give a speech what he telling me on the beat to the best of my ability. I'm with a team who's sincerely serious with the moves. Playing chess or queen with a bishop till you check the king. We serious, kicking witness to see. I'm Tim, so call me Mr. T. Amazed by what G.O.D. did in history. Nothing compares to what he is to me, but like the air of mystery. Removes the fear, delivering the victory. Serious people musically moves. The heart of its listeners groove. All into the rhythm and get what we do. Say hello to my crew. Management was something I never could do. Now I got new label and management too. Soon, new music is coming so you can sing along. They will nourish your spirit by what you feeding on. Drawn away from the sinful, that enemy of God. Make a move terrific with this audio I'm speaking on. It's Cyclone.
Make a motion.
Life is like a chessboard, know what I'm saying?
Make a move.
Serious people music.
Make a motion.
We the pieces, making moves.
Make a move.
Moved by the hand of God. New move, new start. We in New York.
Chapter 3. Snap out of it. Why does Sabrina just let stuff happen to her when it comes to men and her body? What mental issues would make her feel so open and sexual with no cap? They knew they were cousins after they were told, and none of them cared, including Sabrina. It was what it was, and everybody got what they wanted. Run from the Pain Within. Written by Maisha Barnett. Produced for audiobook by Angie B. Productions. And narrated by me, the Queen Bee, Angie B.
Ma.
We parents need to understand that our children may know the pitfalls that we taught them, yet they will sometimes have to drag themselves out of their own pits in order to learn to reach up for God, instead of reaching up for us, steering them in the direction of God Almighty. That is the best way to raise an adult child. Why hearing God's voice is essential to motherhood. Written by Evangelist Angie B. and published by Ladero Press.
Ma.
Chapter 3. Snap out of it. Why does Sabrina just let stuff happen to her when it comes to men and her body? What mental issues would make her feel so open and sexual with no cap? They knew they were cousins after they were told, and none of them cared, including Sabrina. It was what it was, and everybody got what they wanted. Run from the Pain Within. Written by Maisha Barnett. produced for audiobook by Angie B. Productions, and narrated by me, the Queen B, Angie B.
You just love the good old-fashioned Southern Baptist gospel hymns? I know I do. I grew up singing them songs in the church choir. I can't get my grandson to listen to my music, though. All he wants to listen to is that Lil Payne or that It fella. Or is it T.I.? Or who is that dark man that's always disturbing the peace with the bad chickens? Whatever happened to good, wholesome, family-based, having strong ethics and morals, good quality, God-strengthening, relationship repairing, in the church praising, on the way home from soccer practice, head-nodding, foot-tapping gospel tunes?
I'll tell you what happened to her. This garbage came along. And it's Lil Wayne, Ludacris, and T.I. At least that's what BET and MTV tell me. Oh, this is a nice mix of the two. Holy hip hop.
That's right. Even the kids know what they need to be listening to. The hottest home hotspot.
When the sun shines, when it rains. Never did a thing, not a thing, but a thing, like a chicken wing. When we flying on, what's that airline? Southwest, with our chicken wings. On the hottest home hotspot.
Haters gonna try to degrade. Gotta be in my state of mind to relate. Gotta know this is the end and ain't no time to waste. Time to face your fate, and I pray you don't end up in the lake. Do whatever it takes. So many mistakes we make, but we gon' all get it right once we down by the river slide.
Collab with me and British and I am under 5. I've been waiting for a long time. Caught a vibe once I seen the green light. No hype, famous people out of sight. Know it's been a long time coming. Know it's been a long time running. But homie, let me tell you something. God making moves, God favor you. Let him do what he do. You don't need a validation. Waiting for no cool kid. Come and chop it up. I don't care if they are popular. God gave you a gift. That's what you want. There is beauty and contentment. You've been working so relentless. God gave you a vision. And I know that it will prosper. Boy, you've been diligent. Yeah, now that we got the air clear, shout out to the spectators. God see you still in moves, making plays based off of these little labels. God see you still in flow, still in line. God see you still in swag all the time. Best believe if you steal from me that I'm coming back like give me what's mine. Learn how to be yourself. Stop acting like somebody else.
I don't take kindly to rappers that rap and don't do what they say on the track. I hear a whole lot of talking, but I don't see nothing like where you at. I'm about my business, I say what I mean and I do what I'm supposed to. I'm not in the field and you up in your fields, that's not where you supposed to be. I'm posted up where I'm supposed to be. I'm posted up where I'm supposed to be.
why Lucy can't get close to me. Cause I'm posted up where I'm supposed to be. Yeah. Don't let the ground fool you. This rap game is like high school. They try to steal flows from you. Behind your back, they clown you. But God gonna expose you for who you sold your soul to be popular. Now you old news. I stuck to my guns, I stay true. Yeah. I'm on my favor, activated by the Savior. Word of God, that's a saver. Cutting up, that's behavior. Cooking up, that's a cater. Duval to the cater. Custom flow, God's a tailor. Me and 5 got layers. Never said to be a hater, only said to be a sayer of God, holy word. And I'm a consumer of that. Look how the comments react. Waiting a decade to rap, putting the game on his back. I wonder who this gonna try. What they gonna say now? Nothing to prove, not to you. Keep your odds, keep your ooze, keep your words, keep your booze. I rap for God, never lose. He called me, not you. So your opinion is poo. I'ma do what I do. So keep your nose in your biz. This ministry his. They gon' say she slid. They gon' say that he slid. It is what it is. Posted up what I'm supposed to be. Pull 'em up and get all this free. I don't take kindly to rappers that rap and don't do what they say on the track. I hear a whole lot of talking, but I don't see nothing like where you at. I'm about my business, I say what I mean and I do what I'm supposed to. I'm out in the field and you up in your fields, that's not where you supposed to be. I'm posted up where I'm supposed to be. I'm posted up where I'm supposed to be. That's why Lucy can't get close to me. Cause I'm posted up where I'm supposed to be. Hey, 5. Long time coming. God chases. Post it up.
I am the way, the truth, the life. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. The way, truth, and life. Jesus Christ, God came in the flesh once he comes again. How long will his people keep rejecting him? How much more does he have to endure while y'all testing him? Why don't you rest in him? Why you keep wrestling with my angel set? You better just repent, there ain't that much time left. And I don't wanna see you go down that road, you know it leads to death. There's so many on they wait, why don't you change directions? Let the word of God be your GPS, and he will show you the way. Call on his name and be saved. I ain't saying that it's gonna be easy. Matter of fact, it might be just as hard, but at least you'll have God on your side when it comes time. For what? You don't know this is war, and before you know, it's gonna all be over. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way, and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way, and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way, and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way, and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. This is serious now that you feeling me. Yeah, I'ma speak the truth. It's about to hit you like 100 proof, and the Spirit's proof. Ain't that enough for you? How about his love for you? Y'all acting too cool, he shed his blood for you. See you too comfortable, this shouldn't be old news. Yeah, he made me brand new, so I can't keep doing what I was doing like it's all good. I see it just won't do, because he lives in me, just like he lives in you. Jesus, I gotta live for you, so I ain't doing what I want to. Yo, I'm doing what I got to, and you ain't gonna stop me. What you think I'ma stop now? Dude, he's on top now. You just a Christ hater, you better stop hating. I keep on patiently waiting, cause I'ma take it from Satan. You better watch what you're saying to me. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way, and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way, and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way, and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way, and he's 95% of Christians I know don't even know they rolling with him like they was homies. Meanwhile, Christ is the one they claiming to represent, but he the one that's getting left out the game while they busy picking devils on their team. Can't believe what I've been seeing. They don't wanna hear it, but they gon' feel it when it all flip. Don't say I didn't tell it like it is, and still I won't quit. I'ma keep on going till I can't no more. Till I'm dying on that cross and it's finished, I'ma let y'all know what the saith the Lord. And you can call it what you want, but I just really wanna know who's really down for the cause, ready to die for the Lord. Is it about what you want? Is it about what he's done? This ain't about just hanging out and having fun. You must be kidding me. How many more gotta die for y'all to see he came to live in me? Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ.
In the name of the Lord, I'm going hard. Step closer to the mic. I'm feeling closer to God. Feeling closer to God. Feeling closer to God. Never wanted fame, the money, clothes, or cars, but I'm sitting in this ghost and feeling closer to God. Feeling closer to God. Feeling closer to God.
Check it, I'm feeling closer. Everything is kosher. Ride for Jehovah. Died to the culture, could've died in that roaster from the lies that they boasted, but instead I seen the bread rise out the toaster. That's revelation on the resurrection, and that scene God flex in sovereign election. So I gleam when tested in the smoking section. No aroma on my clothes mean I'm so connected. God, you can tell I done been in my Bible. Words pop like a rifle when I start the recital. We don't wrestle against flesh, so the study is vital. Trying to start a revival in them streets full of idols. I'm keeping them close, discern sheep from the goat. In turn, see what they wrote. It's not steeped in its soap, but mine's leaking with quotes. Lead with the ghost, never abandon my banner. Covered like a cabana, Hosanna from Alabama to Atlanta. I'm slanging this manna. It's legal, but it's still picking up on the scanners. It's a standard, don't confuse me with scammers. On the cameras, on the internet, I'm making the news like Danny Tanner. I ain't finished yet.
In the name of the Lord, I'm going hard. Step closer to the mic. I'm feeling closer to God. Feeling closer to God. Feeling closer to God. Never wanted fame, the money, clothes, or cars, but I'm sitting in this ghost and feeling closer to God. Feeling closer to God. Feeling closer to God.
Feel like God is with me, I hear his voice in the wind. Been lying next to lions, I hear his voice in the den. I am next to I am when in the course of my sin. Triumph, so I triumph, I got no choice but to win. We don't blend, might take an L, but we don't bend. Ain't no loss when learning lessons, that's the cost of true progression. I profess them through profession of faith, that's what I rest in. Never less than, in his image, call me the best in. Wrestling, full aggression with the Lord for this blessing. Bless him without a sneeze, walk the seas like I'm crippin'. Listen, I ain't playing with this mic, I ain't pippin'. Fishing with these lines, they realer than just the rhymes, amen.
In the name of the Lord, I'm going hard. Step closer to the mic, I'm feeling closer to God. Feeling closer to God. Feeling closer to God. Never wanted fame, the money, clothes, or cars, but I'm sitting in this ghost and feeling closer to God. Feeling closer to God. Feeling closer to God.
Yo, if Hov did this and Hov did that, if Hov is a god, why can't he keep these hoes off his lap? With a queen like B, her being like Eve, they lied, we be in the sea. Steve's job was spoil the fruit that's on the tree. Now everybody wants the apple. Yeah. A slice of the American pie, just ask the rappers. They tell you put your hands in the sky, way in the rafters. While they conjure up these demonic spirits, don't put it past them. Please take off your glasses if you woke. I only serve one master, that's in heaven, not a boat. I'm hung up on the gospel of the Lord, not a rope. Living H2O, catch my drip, let it soak. I got a feeling he coming back any minute, stay close.
In the name of the Lord, I'm going hard. Step closer to the mic, I'm feeling closer to God. Feeling closer to God. Feeling closer to God. Never wanted fame, the money, clothes, or cars, but I'm sitting in this ghost and feeling closer to God. Feeling closer to God. Feeling closer to God.
The music you want to hear. V108. The vibe.
headphones on for a minute. First the fat boys break up. Now every day I wake up, the cereal in a stereo. Pick my tape up, blasting the Rock Kim, rapping Big Daddy Kane. Years change from Big and Puff to Jay and Dame. I wanted to see the fame, wanted to see my name in lights. What I write, shouted out by all the kids who recite my every word like I did with Nas lyrics. Not realizing words I was speaking was all spirit. Y'all hear it. I remember Pac had me feeling violent, anti-social. Big said move in silence. We stopped wearing jerseys. Jay told us to grow up and first started smoking when Dre told us to roll up. Snoop told me Jim with the juice, what I should pull up. It's no bluff, I live what they spoke, right or wrong. To them it was just a song, to me it was doing harm. It was what I was standing on until my innocence was gone, huh? I used to want to sign with the Rock until I got a sign from the Rock, and that's stop. I used to hustle hard for a meal until I had to turn down a deal. Now that's real. I used to want the money and fame until I found out it's a game, and that changed. I used to. Thank God I don't do the things I used to. I ain't saying every choice that I made was cause of music. I'm just saying some decisions I made, it helped me choose it. Moving to every word, not dancing but trying to live it. If you think you ain't influenced by music, then you don't get it. The alphabet, it was written with melody. Can't forget it. You thought that movie you watched and acted moved you, it didn't. The soundtrack is what lifted your spirits and brought you down. Tears that you cried came from feeling created sound. Now, what do we do with this? How can the music lift instead of cause destruction? How can we use the gift that's God-given? All prisons filled with potential was simple. We gotta change the mental, from parental to influential. Accountability at the root in every branch. Don't chop it down but build a tree. Ability starts with a seed. Stability is what we need. Reality ain't what we see. This music leaving casualties. Let's set them free. I used to wanna sign with the Rock until I got a sign from the Rock, and that's stop. I used to hustle hard for a meal until I had to turn down a deal. Now that's real. I used to want the money and fame until I found out it's a game, and that changed. I used to. Thank God I don't do the things I used to.
Hip hop has a negative, overwhelmingly negative impact on young people, especially young black people. Young black males in particular. The reason that it has an especially negative impact on young black males is that these hip-hop artists are predominantly black. They're predominantly black males, and so these individuals, these young people, are most likely to personally identify with them. And so the fast life that these rappers talk about a lot of times becomes a fantasy for these youth people, for these young people. And then when it becomes a fantasy, it turns into a reality. And then the fast life in reality, when you really do live it, a lot of times often means a fast death.
First, there was fashion, then luxury, London Fashion Week, lifestyle, celebrities, international fashion, and luxury lifestyle, creativity and advertising. For 9 years, this magazine publisher has connected and inspired readers from around the globe. Now, this daring entrepreneur introduces her newest project, featuring women in business, providing worldwide exposure and empowering them to succeed. It's time for you to experience Contessa's Court, Women in Business. To watch highlight and interview features from those introduced in the magazine, be sure to watch Contessa's Court, the talk show, airing Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. For advertising and more information, send an email to contessascourt@gmail.com. That's contessascourt@gmail.com. Conversations about fashion, business, family, lifestyle, beliefs, and more. Contessa's Court, Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Oh man, it's been 27 years and I can't believe it. I'm still in love with this thing called teaching and learning. I mean, I never knew what type of impact that I would have on children's lives, but for that, I just want to say, thank God, I'm a teacher. I am a teacher. All I ever wanted to become a teacher. This will make a difference in my life. A teacher. If you're proud to be one, let me hear you say, I'm a teacher. I am a teacher. All I ever wanted to become a teacher. This will make a difference in my life. A teacher. If you're proud to be one, let me hear you say, I'm a teacher. Step into the room at last. Every student that I teach gon' pass. Yeah, we had a 1 to 23 ratio, but it doesn't matter. I'm committed. You could do the tricky math. How we gonna do that? Enthusiasm. You what a teacher gotta have. Enthusiasm. I ain't even trying to hear anything about who at risk or a bottom quartile list. Coming out the gate swinging, fighting for my students and I'm believing. Ain't no meaning, minded mode, no rock, paper, scissors or a glow. The real ones engage at the door. Hit it with an anticipatory hook. Always intentional, so you know they had to look. I'm committed 180 days, and all my teacher friends, man, they feel the same way. I am a teacher. All I ever wanted to become a teacher. Guess what made a difference in my life? A teacher. If you're proud to be one, let me hear you say, I'm a teacher. I am a teacher. All I ever wanted to become a teacher. Guess what made a difference in my life? A teacher. If you're proud to be one, let me hear you say, I'm a teacher. You can do lesson plans all weekend. Teach a lesson, hope the lesson is speaking. Kill the youth, making sure that it's children proof. I got the formula. What is it? You wanna get it? Pursue. How you gonna do that? Enthusiasm. You what a teacher gotta have. Enthusiasm. I ain't even trying to hear anything about who at risk or a bottom quartile list. Gotta engage at the beginning. They gon' emulate your energy, so watch what you're sending. It could be the end before you get started. Miss whatever you do, don't put the standards before the heart. A gradual release will fall apart. Understand it by design. Backwards planning, that's a vibe, y'all. That's a vibe, y'all. If you know it, then you know it, that's a vibe, y'all. That's why I am a teacher. All I ever wanted to become a teacher. Guess what made a difference in my life? A teacher. If you're proud to be one, let me hear you say, I'm a teacher. I am a teacher. All I ever wanted to become a teacher. Guess what made a difference in my life? A teacher. If you're proud to be one, let me hear you say, where you at? California, New Jersey, Ohio, I'm a teacher. Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Florida, I'm a teacher. Virginia, Illinois, and Georgia, I'm a teacher. Louisiana and Maryland, Texas, New York, I'm a teacher. That's why I am a teacher. All I ever wanted to become a teacher. Guess what made a difference in my life? A teacher. If you're proud to be one, let me hear you say, I'm a teacher. I am a teacher. All I ever wanted to become a teacher. Guess what made a difference in my life? A teacher. If you're proud to be one, let me hear you say, I'm a teacher. I am a teacher. All I ever wanted to become a teacher. Guess what made a difference in my life? A teacher. If you're proud to be one, let me hear you say, I'm a teacher. I am a teacher. All I ever wanted to become a teacher. Guess what made a difference in my life? A teacher. If you're proud to be one, let me hear you say, I'm a teacher.
And I'm the student.
Look, hey, I'm so into this, man. I'm in the trenches with it. Oh, Jesus. Look, I'm so gospel, my wife asked me what kind of salad I want. I said, make me a Shirley. You get it? Shirley Caesar? You don't get it? Whatever. He up on followers and strings trying to treat me like you different. But when I check your spirit, started feeling how you feeling. I ain't never been a fanboy, I ain't spinning on the ceiling. I'm just living for the Lord, cause I owe him like he billing. Holy Spirit in my songs, every lyric pin is feeling. When that power in your life, yeah, that music is different. Really laying hands, casting demons out and healing. You just really need cabin, I'm big homie in the spirit. Never sneak crazy, never catch me sneak dissing. If you feel conviction, hit my line up to clear. In a studio rapper, ain't no studio Christian. I done preach the gospel in every hood in my area. Send me out, glow, the devil don't play
put no fear in us. Sliding, bringing life, use a slide just to tear it up. Fire in my bones, devil tripping, I'ma air it out. Fire in my bones, devil tripping, I'ma wear him out. This year applying pressure and I'm just getting started. Super holy and high, we gon' stupid, dumb and retarded. Book the glow, gang, turn your church to a party. Right with David, son, I ain't talking about Harley. On me in the crate, that's undoing the party. Still fall short like winter came early. Ain't no liquor in my cup, not cutty. Ain't no liquor in my cup, not cutty. This is a Shirley. I'ma talk my little talk like I'm Charleston. Praise God, do my little dance like I'm Carlton. Mad that we turning up in here cause he pardon sin. You just wanna be heard, why you arguing? Say that church ain't no place for the party in. Like Angels Joyce with the gang when they all repent. You like Westbrook on the team, make it hard to win. We just making this count like we bargaining. Yeah.
Good evening, everyone.
Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me, thy rod and thy staff, they shall comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of my enemies.
Living my life, temptation, sin, if it's around me, they found me, secret place of the Most High. That's where I must abide. It's the only place I hide in this cruel world. The devil be coming down with every trick in the book to try to trap me in it's absurd. Though I heard to speak the word, when they come and try to capture me, Lord rapture me, it spiritually fractures me. Freaking I know it don't have to be. I could be living life lavishly, living in sin, missing my blessings cause they passing me. Why not the Lord come back and it's like that? Devil, open your mouth, why not try to bite that? Running over you like a freight train. When it's no games, taking whole lanes, and now we might be taking whole planes. I be the one with my gun strap, toe tapping underground soldiers as I unwrap, unfold evil, try to stick his toe with a stronghold. I'm too swole, take a stroll to the pole and I made whole. Save soul, sin make off as I say no. Continue to lay low with the same flow till I'm gray. No, never fearing no evil. I say to the people, to gain my life, I lost it. Crossed it, then he flossed it. Go against the flow for show, beating sin down to the flow. Cause I know that I know I'm never fearing no evil. Never fearing no evil, fearing no evil. Ain't scared, never fearing no evil, fearing no evil. Never fearing no evil, fearing no evil. Never fearing no evil, fearing no evil. Never showing no mercy when I once was a sin. Using the same approach so my road could begin. God called me in. Into his kingdom and his kingdom would never end. I'm in a war and I'm in a never showing no mercy when I once was a sin. Using the same approach so my road could begin. God called me in. Into his kingdom and his kingdom would never end. I'm in a war and I'm in a place with a rough race. Not enough space like a song without enough face. Evil invading my life space. I ain't got enough room for a such place. In this whole town, yeah, we gonna kick the doors down. Then it's gonna be a showdown to the low down. We gon' hold down. Put your hands to the ceiling if you wanna throw down in the show. Cause it's all about soul survival. I'm knocking down every rival. The devil's liable to lie to me. I got the word on the side of me. They coming back like a prodigy. Forget the slang and the cane up in the gang. Cause you gon' either get slain by the bullet or be in prison going insane. It's hard to maintain with the same thing. You go in circles when you train in the same game. Never insane, gotta maintain the life of Christ, a savior. Like fight evil, try to think twice. Yeah, Lord, we need your powerful hand to overcome the war and withstand. You can stand like a strong man. In a battle you lose. I'm always used to the beautiful cruise. I'm never losing. I'm choosing the bruising enemies cause the mountains are moving. And put the confirmation on the congregation. Trying to save the whole nation, much love in the seed. We flocking lost souls to the station, forever patient, and we're steadily be tasting the sweet honey of the Lord, and making that joy for noise to the low, but still we drawing our swords. And I ain't never fearing no man, beating sin down to the flow, man, in the whole land. Better get with the program, cause evil will take it down like quicksand. And I don't never wanna see it so die in a slow life. Look at my lines and my rhymes, I try to grow life, going against the flow for sure, beating sin down to the flow, cause I know that I know, never fearing no evil. Never showing no mercy when I once was a sin, using the same approach so my road could begin. God called me in. It's was skinny, it's skinny, but we're there to end. I'm in a war and I'm in a never showing no mercy, never fearing no sin. Never fearing no, never fearing no, never fearing no, never fearing no, skinny, never fearing no. I'm in a war and I'm in it to win, in it to win. Don't be scared, fear no evil. We ain't scared, fear no evil. Fear no evil. Fear no evil. Fear no evil.
Put God first, why won't I? Say I won't turn this thing up, why won't I? Won't I? Won't I? Say I won't, why won't I? Say I won't put God first, why won't I? Say I won't turn this thing up, why won't I? God told me go, I'm sliding. You just something crazy, Joe Biden. Tell me what up, now
Cause they hung y'all from that treetop. They splintered his hand and his feet up. But the rock steady, this beat pop. Rose on that tomb out that cemetery. Came through like who wrote this obituary? Evil big man, why you looking scary? Can't see my God like he wizard killer. Won't I? See I won't, why won't I? Say I won't put God first, why won't I? Say I won't turn this thing up, why won't I? Won't I? Saying I won't, why won't I? Say I won't put God first, why won't I? Say I won't turn this thing up, why won't I?
Say I won't hit up the club with Glow Nation. Tell them all put on Stomp by Kirk Frank. Low saving that we headed to the radio station. Got power when those sisters creating they whole planet. Kanye West ain't the only one rapping about Jesus. Go to rolling louder with these sarcasms and all the demons. In the middle of my set, and I'm really from the West. Throwing money in the air, but I really ain't impressed. I got jewels on my crown, now I'm shining big time. Living for the Lord, you don't know when the end time is. Devil sitting at a table with demons, they big plotting. What we gonna do with Miles? You know he a big problem. Hell's most wanted, got my poster on the wall. I done been in war, bullet holes on the wall. But I got heaven armies sliding through whatever I call. Why when I tell the world about what he did and what I saw?
Won't I? See I won't, why won't I? Say I won't put God first, why won't I? Say I won't turn this thing up, why won't I? Won't I? Saying I won't, why won't I? Say I won't put God first, why won't I? Say I won't turn this thing up, why won't I?
They won't make your church sneeze, cause God really can. Glow Nation, they been on top, we call them ceiling fans. I've been trying to get it, press go, we call it praise advance. Don't try to doubt what Jesus can, he's more than a man. Stunning on the I've been shooting shots like he told me. I've been leaning back like I'm Kobe. Darkness came home, still seeking Christ, watching him mold me. Know that these trials, they gon' grow me. I'm still holy stepping, I got holes in my socks. Big weapon, no guessing, got gold, don't need rocks. From heaven, still revving, big sword, don't need gloss. Straight guessing, they question, praise Christ, don't make bops. Still on attack, I've been keeping division. We're all living, don't pivot division. Looking to get with the world, giving, don't play. Don't care what they gon' say. God's plan, this ain't my way. Where we gon' stay?
Won't I? Saying I won't, why won't I? Say I won't put God first, why won't I? Say I won't turn this thing up, why won't I? Won't I? Saying I won't, why won't I? Say I won't put God first, why won't I? Say I won't turn this thing up, why won't I? First, why won't I?
Yeah. Hey, Keith Stunner, what's happening, homie? I got a special friend with me in the booth. Miss Miraculous. Woke up this morning and I'm grateful for another day. Before I get my day started, gotta hit my knees and pray. Psalm 23, yeah, that's how I start my day. Lord, order my steps and please guide the way. The only reason that I'm here is because of His grace. Took my sins and wiped them clean, I didn't leave a trace. When people say they blessed, they use it talk materialistic. If you woke up, you blessed simply cause you breathing. I know sometimes that's the opposite of how you feeling, but manifestation comes by how you speak it. Your attitude determines your altitude. Learn that from Steve Harvey. Taste and see the Lord is good like a cup of coffee. That's why I wake up giving thanks early in the morning. That's why I'm turned up at the church on that Sunday morning. We all blessed, we just got different meanings, different reasons. When you look at your glass, how you see it. Woke up this morning, man, I'm feeling blessed. Woke up this morning, man, I'm feeling blessed. Woke up this morning, man, I'm feeling blessed. No stress, I'm feeling blessed. Woke up this morning, man, I'm feeling blessed. Woke up this morning, man, I'm feeling blessed. Woke up this morning, man, I'm feeling blessed. No stress, I'm feeling blessed.
Woke up this morning and I'm feeling blessed. Woke up this morning and I'm feeling blessed. Woke up this morning and I'm feeling blessed. No stress, we feeling blessed. Thank you, God, for opening our eyes each day. Keep us safe on the walk. In return, we pray. Show us vision of promise and give us the strength. Clear the way, we can do anything. Put our faith in you, so we have no fears. That's aside with us through our joys and tears. Feel the joy, and we so rejoice. So we gon' lift our voice for you.
this morning and we feeling blessed. Woke up this morning and we feeling blessed. Woke up this morning and we feeling blessed. No stress, we feeling blessed. Woke up this morning and we feeling blessed. Woke up this morning and we feeling blessed. Woke up this morning and we feeling blessed. No stress, we feeling blessed.
Ever since a young in the Lord, been working in my favor. Fast forward to now, I'm here because it's grace and favor. The truth is, without a Marvin Sapp, I never would have made it. I see his blessings moving daily. Woo! Elevator, kept me alive on the ventilator. Devil had a hand on the detonator. Should have drowned in that pool at a young age, but his plans was greater. Should have been paralyzed in 05. Should have been dead on 75. Drop it with suspended license. Should have been locked up for 6 days. Survivor attack without a scrape. No need for a band-aid. Devil looking crazy, mad face. Gotta keep running my race. Devil keep it moving, get up out of my face. Speaking to existence today, gon' be a blessed day.
Woke up this morning and we feeling blessed. Woke up this morning and we feeling blessed. Woke up this morning and we feeling blessed. No stress, we feeling blessed. Woke up this morning and we feeling blessed. Woke up this morning and we feeling blessed. Woke up this morning and we feeling blessed. No stress, we feeling blessed.
We're feeling blessed this morning. Feeling blessed. You have been listening to Mornings with the Queen Bee. That's me, Evangelist Angie B. And I'm grateful that you woke up with me this morning. I appreciate all of the sponsors and prayer partners and supporters that allow this show to come to you weekdays from 6 to 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on the Soul of America on V108 Gospel Vibe. Thanks so much to Roy Evans, the visionary and the founder of the Jericho Broadcast Networks. If you visit the website, myjbn.com, you can find all of the stations that are featured on the website, and you can even download the app. Very special shout out to my family up in Michigan, my extended family in Florida, my family in Texas, and my family in Georgia, who each of them have reached out to me in one way or the other to show love. And I am grateful. I truly, truly am. It is our prayer that there was something in the music today, the beat or the lyrics or the scripture that popped up on the screen, the music videos, the products, the services. We pray that there was something in the show today that allowed you to see the love of God. We always like to say that Luke chapter 8 verse 16 teaches us that no one lights a lamp and hides it in a clay jar. They don't light the lamp and put it under a bed. They don't light the lamp and hide it. Instead, they put it up on a stand so that those who come in can see the light. We want you to see the light of Christ and the light of love. And that is why we do this show. Weekdays from 6 to 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thank you so much, Lord. Thank you. We played a new song today. Well, it's really not new. It's a classic. It is one that I recently acquired, and it spoke to me because sometimes fear can grab you. Fear of the unknown. Have you ever seen a bug and you're like, whoa, where did that come from? Fear. You know, it can calm down after you realize, oh, that's only a bug. Or fear when, oh my goodness, I got a deadline coming up. Or fear when, what's going to happen to me tomorrow? Where am I going to sleep? And what am I going to eat? And how am I going to get there? Fear. Fear is a dark place. And you have to remember that Luke chapter 8, verse 16 tells us that a light has been lit for us to help us see our way. It's not hidden in a clay jar and it's not hiding under a bed. It's up there on a stand so that everybody can see it. So fear no evil. Fear no evil. And shout out to my little brother Cy over in Texas for even bringing us this classic. I absolutely love it. And that's how we're going to end the show today, with no fear, no, fear no evil. Fear no evil from Cy. Praise the Lord.
Living my life. Temptation, sin, if it's around me, they found me, secret place of the Most High. That's where I must abide. It's the only place I hide in this cruel world. The devil be coming down with every trick in the book to try to trap me, get it's absurd. Though I heard, just speak the word. When he come and try to capture me, Lord, rapture me. It spiritually fractures me. Freaking, I know it don't have to be. I could be living life lavishly, living in sin, missing my blessings because they passing me. Why not the Lord coming back and it's like that? Devil, open your mouth, why not try to bite that? Running over you like a freight train. When it's no games, taking whole lanes, and now we might be taking whole planes. I be the one with my gun strap, toe tapping underground soldiers as I unwrap, unfold evil, try to stick his toe with a stronghold. I'm too swole, take a stroll to the pole and I made whole. Say so, sin make off as I say no. Continue to lay low with the same flow till I'm gray. No, never fearing no evil. I say to the people, to gain my life, I lost it. Crossed it, then he flossed it. Go against the flow for show, beating sin down to the flow. Cause I know that I know I'm never fearing no evil. Never fearing no evil, fearing no evil. Ain't scared, never fearing no evil, fearing no evil. Never fearing no evil, fearing no evil. Never fearing no evil, fearing no evil. Never showing no mercy when I once was a sin. Using the same approach so my road could begin. God called me in. Into his kingdom and his kingdom would never end. I'm in a war and I'm in a never showing no mercy when I once was a sin. Using the same approach so my road could begin. God called me in. Into his kingdom and his kingdom would never end. I'm in a war and I'm in a win. With a rough race, not enough space. Like a song without enough face. Evil invading my life space. I ain't got enough room for a such place. In this whole town, yeah, we gonna kick the doors down. Then it's gonna be a showdown to the low down. We gonna hold down. Put your hands to the ceiling if you wanna throw down in the show. Cause it's all about soul survival. I'm knocking down every rival. The devil's liable to lie to me. I got the word on the side of me. They coming back like a prodigy. Forget the slang and the cane up in the game. Cause you gon' either get slain by the bullet or be in prison going insane. It's hard to maintain with the same thing. You go in circles when you train in the same game. Never insane, gotta maintain the life of Christ, a savior. Like fight evil, try to think twice. Yeah, Lord, we need your powerful hand to overcome the war and withstand. You can stand like a strong man. In a battle, you lose. I'm always used to defuse evil crews. I'm never losing. I'm choosing the bruising enemies cause the mountains are moving. And put the confirmation on the congregation. Trying to save the whole nation, much love and a seed. We flocking lost souls to the station, forever patient, and we steadily be tasting the sweet honey of the Lord, and making that joyful noise until the Lord, but still we drawing our swords. And I ain't never fearing no man, beating sin down to the flow, man, in the whole land. Better get with the program, cause evil will take it down like quicksand. And I don't never wanna see this soul die in a slow life. Look at my lines and my rhymes, I try to grow life, going against the flow for sure, beating sin down to the flow, cause I know that I know, never fearing no evil. Never showing no mercy when I once was a sin, using the same approach so my road could begin. God called me in. It's was skinny and it's skinny, but we're never end. I'm in a war and I'm in a never showing no mercy. Never fear no. 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 Skinny, never fear no. I'm in a war and I'm in it to win. In it to win. Don't be scared. Fear no evil. We ain't scared. Fear no evil. Fear no evil. Fear no evil. Fear no evil.
Tam here, coming to you from Favored. May is Maternal Mental Health Month. Yes, it is a thing. Did you know that women of any age, race, culture, and income level can experience perinatal anxiety, depression, and other mood disorders? That symptoms normally start to develop when a woman is pregnant and through their first year after childbirth? And that there are well-researched and well-effective methods for which a person can recover? There is. And this is where Maternal Matters Favored come in. We provide counseling, support groups, and a life skills program to parents and backing them up while they're balancing out parenthood and life all at one time. Remember, there's no manual to parenting, but there is a tribe for every parent. We hope that you join us.
Save the date, September 14th through 17th, 2023, for the 7th annual Bold, Beautiful, and Bald Weekend Retreat for Alopecia Awareness. Our travel partner this year is Stephanie Fowler. Call her for your arrangements at 470-331-1788. The 7th annual Bold, Beautiful, and Bald Weekend Retreat for Alopecia Awareness. Our theme this year is completion, keeping our faith over the struggle. Log on to boldbeautifulandbald.com for more information. Bold, beautiful, and bald.
The music you want to hear. V108. The vibe.
Tam here, coming to you from Favored. May is Maternal Mental Health Month. Yes, it is a thing. Did you know that women of any age, race, culture, and income level can experience perinatal anxiety, depression, and other mood disorders? That symptoms normally start to develop when a woman is pregnant and through their first year after childbirth, and that there are well-researched and well-effective methods for which a person can recover? There is. And this is where Maternal Matters Favored come in. We provide counseling, support groups, and a life skills program to parents and backing them up while they're balancing out parenthood and life all at one time. Remember, there's no manual to parenting, but there is a tribe for every parent. We hope that you join us.
One of the things I wish I had known as a new mom is that it's okay to receive help, and it's okay to be new at something. I put so much pressure on myself to know it all or to do the things or not ask questions for fear that would mean I was like an irresponsible adult, or that I don't know my child, or that I don't know what I'm doing. And the matter of the fact is, it didn't take away from my worth to be able to ask or receive help or research things, join groups, ask questions. So giving myself the grace to just be new and learn something is something that I wish for you, to give yourself permission to not know it all and to be new at parenthood or motherhood.
Hello, my name is Maisha Marie Langry, and I'm coming to share what I learned about parenting. As a mother of one son, I found that the main thing that I needed and I feel is necessary as a parent is to have a great support system. And I know many mothers that have to actually create support systems. They have to make strong and healthy connections with other mothers, other families, because sometimes they may be far away from their biological family, so they may be out there kind of going on the journey alone. But for me, I was blessed to be able to have my parents and his dad's mother in his life, so that I had someone that I can bounce things off of, to be there. So I didn't feel so overwhelmed. And because I know that's a part of being a mother, sometimes you can feel overwhelmed by the responsibility, first of all, of caring for a whole other human being, right? So that was the main thing for me, is the importance of having a strong and healthy support system, whether it be your biological family or a family that you have come to grow and love. Someone that you can trust. Especially if you're a working mom, if you're not afforded the opportunity to stay home for most of their school life, their life growing up, you want to make sure that you are able to have people in your life also that you can trust. And I leaned on my faith a lot, and really took things in prayer and really just, you know, measure those things out. The people that I knew were coming into his life and coming to our life. And so I've seen the fruit of that as he's grown up and he now is an adult out on his own. The other thing is the fact that understanding as a parent, as a mother, as a father, that there are some things that you will never think that you will find yourself doing, but you would do for your child. And for my son, I was able to be a partial liver donor for him because he had a failed liver when he was an infant. And so when I was pregnant and giving birth to him, I never foresaw, obviously, that not only would he have to go through a medical situation like that, but that I would be the one to also be able to almost like give life to him a second time. That was a blessing to me to be able to be in position to do that. That everything that the doctors needed, I was able to give. So that was, being a mother is just so phenomenal, and it's such a joy to have the opportunity to do that. And even though I only had one son, I was able to be, like a mother-like figure to other children as well over the years. So, like I said, the biggest thing that I learned as a parent is having a strong support system and making sure that you take care of yourself as well. Because, people rely on you. And you have these children or this small child that's relying on you. So that's the main thing is having a strong support system. Researching the things that you need to research so that you can develop and grow better yourself as a parent. Not for the child, but for yourself, and they gain the benefit of that growth. So I think that's pretty much it. You guys take care.
Hi, my name is Sonia Bennett. I am a 52-year-old mother of an 11-year-old daughter. And today I just want to talk a little bit about if I had known then what I know now about becoming a geriatric mom, as they call me. So at 41, I became a first time, only time mother. And it's been such a blessing and a change of my life, even at the age of 40 when I found out I was pregnant. Telling my parents was definitely something that was nerve-wracking. I don't care how old you are, to express to your parents that you are making this huge change in your life can be just a little nerve-wracking in terms of making you feel like you're asking for permission. If I had known that the joys of watching someone form not only in your self and in your image, but in their own personality, their own image, their own likes, their own dislikes, would be this gratifying, I definitely would have done it years ago. My daughter is extremely intelligent. She has her own mind, and I just adore being a mother. If I had known that I was going to lose my own mother at the age of 29, and that I would have to go it alone in terms of not having much advice, because of course being older than everyone around me is older. My friends' children were older, so they weren't trying to babysit because they've already done what they needed to do with their kids. Every now and then I would get some help. My parents, of course, were older. My stepmother would babysit when I would ask, and definitely it was far and few between. This time of technology has changed the game in terms of certain things. With Alexa and alarms and even virtual reality games, I have the opportunity to have some time to myself. Basically, my daughter participates in a game on her Oculus 2 headset called VR Chat, and it gives her a chance to speak with people all around the world, and even to gain help with her homework at times. So, like television, PBS, and shows like that were kind of helping us to grow up in my time. Different things of technology are helping my daughter to learn different social skills, grow up, and even to enjoy learning about other parts of the country. It's been great. I don't know that I would suggest it to everyone. However, in my 20s, I definitely had fun. I did a lot of traveling. I did a lot of things that I, at this point, feel like I'm not missing out on anything. I know that some people think, oh, well, you know, you're older. Isn't this the time to settle down? But she definitely helps me to stay young in terms of staying up on music, staying up on technology, even staying in the know of different cartoons that I never would have thought would have been a part of my life. If I had known at 20, 25, 30, even 35, what I know now about being a mother at 52, almost 53 years old, of an 11-year-old, I definitely would have done it long ago. I encourage anyone that wants to become a parent, whether it is a foster parent, an adoptive parent, or a biological parent like I became, to do it whenever you feel ready. You're never going to be financially prepared. You're never going to have all the answers. However, our parents weren't either. Their parents weren't either. And definitely their parents weren't either. So don't wait for all the ducks to line up in a row, because they never will. There'll always be one out of formation, whether it's the financial duck, whether it's the you don't have the home that you want duck. My daughter and I started our joint life together in the bedroom of one of my friends. I was sharing a home with a friend. We were roommates, and that's where we started. Then we transitioned to my dad's house, and I learned a few things, and finally we got on our own. I purchased the house because I wanted to make sure she had a backyard that she never uses. But I just encourage you, if you want to become a parent, no matter what it is, of a fur baby, a real baby, or as I said, adoption, or being a foster parent, it is the most fulfilling thing you could ever do in your life. Again, my name is Sonia, and I hope you enjoyed this video. Have a great day.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, and welcome to the 24-hour broadcast for Maternal Matters Favored. I am the Queen Bee, Evangelist Angie B, and I am buzzing around in the background today as we raise awareness and funds for the life skills programs presented by Maternal Matters Favored. The founder of this nonprofit organization is Tam McRoy, and I'm going to bring her in just a moment. But first, just wanted to let you know that if you're trying to watch us on Facebook, there is a technical issue on Facebook's end, and StreamYard is working to remedy that. We are also live on several YouTube pages. Search for Maternal Matters Favored on YouTube. You'll be able to watch the program. search for Live with Evangelist Angie B on Facebook. We are live there. We are also live on Volusia Business Women on YouTube. Tam McRoy and I are members of Volusia Business Women. If you can't seem to find them on YouTube, just log on to VolusiaBusinessWomen.com and look for the YouTube link that will take you straight to us for the next 24 hours. You may also search for Evangelist Angie B on YouTube. We are broadcasting there. We are broadcasting live on the Jericho Broadcast Network, Mornings with the Queen Bee stream. Thank you for the Jericho Broadcast Network for allowing us to do that. And if you're on Twitter, you can check out Angie B Tour. That's ANGIEBEE Tour on Twitter, and you will see us there. We will check back in with Facebook to see if they're ready to receive our 24-hour stream. And in the meantime, we're bringing in the founder, Tam McRoy. Welcome, Tam. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Angie. Oh my gosh, I don't know how I'm going to make it through these 24 hours without you and your teams. So I'm so appreciative. We are here. What powerful stories were those that you guys just heard, right? Oh my gosh, this is what it's all about. And so once more, this is an opportunity where you're going to have to save lives of mothers, fathers, non-birthing parents. Why? Because we're going to be here. We're going to be having a slew of individuals, CEOs, individuals that are literally in another country, right? Streaming in, and politicians. We have so many individuals coming from different areas of operations throughout the world to just speak their truth, you know what I mean? Talk about what they're going to be combating to do to help right with this perinatal and postpartum crisis. It's a silent crisis that we're all going through. And so once more, for just a simple pledge of $35, you can help provide access to a parent so they can attend one of our life skills programs. And it's a 5-week program in which we provide these parents with life-changing skills and tools, resources, a community, right? In which they can resource to help them balance parenthood and life, because this thing is real and we know that. So once more, we're going to be hearing throughout the course of the next 24 hours, we're going to be hearing so many stories, testimonies. We're going to be learning some statistics. This is an educational piece, right? We're raising awareness because what we found is a lot of individuals, they're going through it, but society teaches you chin up, head up, shoulders back kind of thing, right? And you're are just so silently sinking, right? And so forth. So once more, keep in mind that this is a community approach that we're taking. More than 10% of fathers, they experience depression and anxiety during perinatal periods, right? I'm going to be reading some information to you. At least 60% of women with perinatal depression have experienced a mental health condition in the past, right? Individuals of the Latino community, right? They exhibit a higher level of perinatal and mental health disorders and are less likely to be identified or receive adequate and culturally competent mental health care. That word, culturally competent, right? And we're going to be getting into some personal stories. And during this broadcast, I'm actually going to be dropping a soft release of chapter 1 of my book, where I speak to my endeavor through my perinatal and postpartum mood disorders and where it took me. And I didn't have that person to connect with, right? And so forth. And so these are different things that just journey with us. We hope that you will stay tuned. I'm going to go ahead and show you a video real quickly. Why? Because this is May, and May is Maternal Mental Health Month. Bear with us as we get everything queued up for you.
Wow, I am so honored and I am grateful for this opportunity to learn and to share. I did a real quick informal study yesterday. Asked a couple of single people and people without children if they had ever experienced or if they knew anybody with these type of parenting mood disorders, and almost 99% of them said no, they had never even heard of it. So it can unfortunately be very distressing. And so I pray that everything we do today is helpful to each and every one of you. I pray. All right, we're getting ready for this video as soon as as soon as they finish cleaning the car. And if you have questions or if you have any questions that you'd like to ask, please be sure to let us know. I see it on the screen. That's wonderful. Tam, I think we just be sure the volume is on your end, because it is not on this end. You may need to rewind it just a little bit. and start it again. And praise the Lord, it does look like Facebook is up and going again in terms of the connection. So we are going to be adding, our Facebook, our Facebook destinations in just a moment. I got your message, Tam.
Can you hear it?
No.
No worries.
Okie dokie.
No worries. It's only the beginning. And let's go ahead and just start this thing off right. Father God, we come to you today to go ahead and spread your word, do kingdom work, letting individuals know that there is help available, to spread awareness so individuals know how to help someone that they may know that may be in need. Father God, we give this programming all the glory to you, Father God. Let your will be done for the operations that are set to take place. Father God, we thank you for this opportunity, and we know that you're going to give me the strength, Angie the strength, our speakers the strength to push forth and once more do kingdom work here in this world. Thank you for this word, Father God. Amen. Let's go ahead and get this thing back going. So once more, this is going to be an opportunity where we're going to talk through a lot of different things. It's not going to go perfect as we see here, but I did want to go ahead and just drop in the fact that by this being May and it being Maternal Mental Health Month, that we want to heighten the awareness of folks that there are specific programs, there's specific providers, mental health providers, clinicians, obstetricians, and so forth, that understand the plight in which a parent goes through in becoming a new parent, a reoccurring parent, or even just dealing with life after having a child, right? And so this is not just, I cannot express this enough. This is not just for mothers, because studies are showing that dads go through it too. It's like, what am I supposed to do? I'm supposed to be the king. I'm supposed to help, and so forth. We have individuals that have to adopt, because they can't conceive. I have a neighbor who right now is scrambling, her and her partner, to prepare to adopt a 14-year-old who got pregnant. So these are real life issues that we're going to be talking about. And she's like, Tam, what do I do? And it's like, okay, let's breathe. You know what I mean? Let's talk through a plan of operations and so forth and so on. And so once more, throughout the course of this programming, as we start to speak with some of our speakers, you're going to hear so many different testimonies. You're going to hear so many different ways in which perinatal and postpartum mood disorders is rearing its ugly head, right, in individuals' lives and so forth, you're going to hear the ways in which people are working throughout the community in their own space, in their circle of influences to better the lives, whether it's better in the lives of parents, whether it's better in lives of children, because sometimes, when individuals go left untreated, you know what I mean, it becomes a childhood trauma for a child to be in that household, right? And so forth. And so once more, we're going to be speaking to so many different pieces. I hope that you're able to tune in. And then once more, this is an opportunity for you to give. And so there are several ways in which you can do so. I think we even have like a text line where you can actually text to give. Let me see if I can bring that up, right? So if you go ahead and you text 202-858-1233 and you enter in the word favored, you can go ahead and give through that method there as well. $35.
Tam?
Yes.
Where?
202-858-1233. And text
with the word what?
Favored.
Okay.
Right. And once more, $35 is a minimum amount, right? We're asking, because why we can spend that on a meal these days. You go to McDonald's and you get 2 meals, and that's a wrap there, right? And so forth. And it's to help another person. We're to be doing kingdom work. We're to be giving back. We are the lenders and not the borrowers, right? And so we want to make certain that we're doing our due diligence there. These programs are designed. I've worked with a team of clinicians to make certain that we're meeting the needs of those in the community. And so when we're talking about life skills, we're talking about self-care. And what does that actually mean to a person? Because not everybody can go to the spa. So, if it means that you get to eat you 5-7 cookies, put your feet up after you lay that baby down, or or after you actually complete a chore, or once you actually get a project completed at work, whatever that looks like, it's just little pockets of moments in which you can give yourself a reward system, right? That is self-care in itself. Another course that we have is what I love is it's not just the usual financial literacy. We're teaching individuals, how to be, savvy. You don't necessarily got to go get that Louis purse, you know what I mean, and that whole outfit. Let's talk about ways in which you can actually invest that money and make that money work for you while you're sleeping. And so it's little things like this where we're to be each other's keepers, right? And so forth and so on. Another piece in the program that I'm really excited about is like, what does it look like to be a responsible citizen, right? We know that in these times, we're living in very, very perilous times. And so, make certain that you're voting. Don't be so easily dismayed. Don't be so easily discouraged. You know what I mean? And if you're voting, make certain you vote down the ballot. And I tell people a lot of times, and you can register to be to have a mail ballot. So this gives you opportunity to actually do some research. I'm like, yeah, no, this person's not going to get my vote. Don't just go and leave it up in the end, up in the wind, right? And so forth. So it's a lot of different tools that we're going to be working with individuals to provide them so that they can have the upper hand in enhancing their well-being. You know, we are that tribe. We are that support group for them. And speaking of, we do have a support group. So on Tuesdays, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for an hour, we get together and we talk about some of the joys and some of the challenges and some of the wins and things to that effect that we go through, right, as parents. And we have this virtually. So people call in from all over the country just to go ahead and link up with someone that can share their same story. And so I want you to know that Maternal Matters Favorite, we're here. We're doing kingdom work. We're providing that opportunity for individuals to be able to voice, vent, right? Receive some support, some guidance, some tools. And I'm talking to you from which I've come. You know, I've been there. I get it. You know, I don't look like what I used to be, what I've been through and everything else. I don't want to get into the word too quickly now, but Lord, thank you, Jesus, right? And it was because I did not have those parameters of perinatal and postpartum health. You know, we're talking about where you go to the doctor and they're like, okay, you got your vitals, baby's heartbeat is good, you know, here's some WIC. Not, you know, what's going on in your psyche, you know what I mean? What's going on in your home atmosphere? How are you preparing? So there's going to be a gamut. You know, we have stories from individuals that have gone through miscarriages, and they're going to be speaking to that part. There's been individuals that have, you know, had stillbirths, and what does that depression and anxiety look like, and how do they overcome those moments? You know, individuals that are constantly trying to conceive, individuals that, you know, wanted to, they knew that they couldn't go forward having a child, but they were forced to do so, right? And how they were able to triumph over that. And so we have so many raw stories that are going to be coming in. And so it's once more my hope that you were totally here to sit through it all, listen, get you some tools, be able to see how you can spread the word there in your community as well. And just know that little by little, day by day, there is no perfect way. I mean, we're not in yesteryear where everything has to be clean cut and cookie cut, you know, kind of a thing. We are allowed to live in those imperfections and just know that if you give it up to God, He'll help you work that thing on through. You know what I mean? And not to feel that you can also talk to some other people. You know what I mean? First talk to God, then go ahead and find you a tribe that you can go ahead and talk to as well. And so I'm really hoping that throughout the course of this program that we're able to connect with some individuals. We're going to have so much information on here for individuals that need resources, not just only in my organization, but other organizations that are also doing different things and so forth. And just hang in. I think that was my cue to stop talking. Go ahead, Ange, play the video.
You're okay. You're absolutely okay. You know, I'm excited because we do have a couple of comments that have come in from YouTube. Toya Blair is watching on YouTube and she says that she loves it. Thank you, Toya. We pray that there's something within the next 23 and a half hours that you can learn about and that you can share and that empowers you. Tam, I do know that you have a guest who's waiting to be interviewed. That's Charla. And Charla, if you'd like to come on a little early, that's fine. Just put that in the private chat and let us know, and we can accommodate you a little bit earlier if you'd like. Wanted to remind you that we do have some sponsors that have supported this broadcast, and I don't want to forget about them. Tell me about this product line, Tam.
Oh my gosh! Oh, she's actually one of our speakers coming up shortly here. My Lakini is a fabulous swimwear line. So as women, sometimes we're a little conscientious of our curves, right? And our bumps and dumps, right? And so this powerhouse of a CEO, Melita, she created this swim line in which it accentuates our body, and so we still feel, beautiful being out there in the beach. It's kind of like I don't want to get too much into it because I want her to speak to it. So, but it's a swimwear line in which it just makes a woman feel good. Point blank, bottom line. There's so many conscientious pieces in which we go through as human beings. And in these days and times, any little thing that we can create as a body of individuals to help, enhance the mentality of another person, their psyche, their self-esteem is a win. And you'll hear and learn more about this swim where when Melita does come on. I'm not certain who you want to bring up first. Just let me know and we'll just go ahead and get into it.
We're good. We're good. I think we're waiting on Charlotte to get everything squared away. Charlotte, when you are ready, just wave at me. I can see you backstage. Just wave at me when you're ready, and then we'll get going. Tam, I am very, very grateful for this opportunity to be with you and to learn, because while we were all doing research, some very disturbing information came up. I'm gonna put this on the screen so that we can just kind of go over it together to reinforce what you're saying, that maternal mental health has taken a back seat in the United States. And that's exactly what you were saying. There's a project that they're working on to develop a psychiatric care toolkit for clinicians. And I heard what you said when you talked about, get your go get your WIC and vitamins, but nobody asked you about your mental health. And this was a press release that came out in April of 2022. So here we are a year later, psychiatric.org, this press release, unfortunately, is still so relevant. It's truly heartbreaking. It truly is. But I know what God teaches us. The word teaches us that you went through this for a reason, and that's to be able to help somebody else.
Yeah, talk about that assignment and that cross to bear, right? Just keep on trudging along with it. And it's what he does, right? They're called testimonies for a reason. And, there's so many different things that are going on in life. You think about how a veteran wants to get counseled by a person that's been in a war or who's a vet. They want someone they could connect to and so forth. And then so with this situation here, it was something that, God laid on my heart to start this organization back in 2018. And mind you, my son, he just turned 20 in December. And so it was something, like I say, decades ago, these conversations, especially in the community, they weren't really being had. And so in 2018, he was like, yeah, you should really start that. And I was like, okay, bet. So I wrote out this business plan and I went down to, the Small Business Development Center. And I was like, and they were like, yeah, this is good. This is needed. Your numbers are going to kind of be in the red. It's like, I don't know, how are you going to make this happen? But let us know. And we're here kind of a thing. And I was like, well, fine. I was there in corporate America. So I'm like, all right, I got this, whatever. And put it on the back burner. And then last year in April, I went to this event with the Eatonville Chamber of Commerce. Shout out to the Eatonville Chamber of Commerce, to Lavonda and Jordan. They're
Eatonville, Florida. Yeah.
Florida. Yes. And so they had this raffle going on, and they wanted to sponsor the incorporation of a business, and I won it. So I was like, okay. I was like, all right, I got a business because I already had the consulting firm going on, and so I was like, all right. So, I went ahead and incorporated it and just, didn't do too much with it still. Not having that bandwidth and just not having the right direction. And God just will keep tapping you on your shoulder. Like, look, I said, I need for you to do this. Let me go ahead and open this way. Let me give you a green light. Let me help you over that hurdle. And he provided the right folks, the right opportunities. We actually won a scholarship with the National Nonprofit Resource Center. So shout out to Stephen Forbes. He has been instrumental in helping us build the program out, the capacity, just board development, just everything else in between through the Heroes program. And here we are, we're doing our first fundraiser. And once more, this is to be able to provide our life skills program. And so we want to make certain that we're able to give individuals these tools that they can have in their back pockets to be able to resource as they're pressing through. This is all a press. You know what I mean? We're trudging, we're pressing. You think about the crushing sometimes and how that oil, God is going to let you go through some things. He's going to show you the means in which you could go and get out of things, right? And it's for you. I'm really big on this. You got to tap that person, hold them on the shoulder and be like, look, I got you. I've been there. Let me show you how to do this. And once more, this is what it's all about. And so it's my hope once more that you're able to hang in here, listen to some of these stories from some of the speakers that are going to be coming up, get some of these tools and resources and pass them out to other individuals. Look, in these present days and times, information is free. It doesn't hurt to share. When I talk about how we're a tribe and how our organization takes a community approach, is because you know what? if someone comes and there has been some instances, someone reaches out and I'm like, okay, well, I don't speak Mandarin, but I have a tribe, you know what I mean? I have some folks that, can help you, that can assist you. You want someone that speaks Creole, you know what I mean? You want someone who can speak to the fact of having a miscarriage, you want someone that can speak to we get it, someone who, look, I didn't go through, elements, of my health, but I know some providers, that were sick and trying to parent. And what does that look like? You know what I mean? Because you're not at your full, you're not at 100%, and you're still trying to raise this baby, and how that affects your psyche and so forth. So there's so many different pockets of individuals, of providers, of tribesmen and women who are readily available. They are part of our wide net, right, that we have, in which, we can help you. Let us, right? Don't think that you got to burden this all by yourself, because you don't. And that's where a lot of people kind of get caught up into, I can't let no one that I'm going through this and I'm feeling like this. This is, you know what I mean? And you just eating, and that thing starts to fester, and you never know how that could come out. We see stories and numbers, statistic. Everyone loves data. Show me the proof, right? That without the right support tools in a person's life, it turns into domestic violence. It turns into drug use. It turns into jail. It turns into. So let's make certain that we're putting a block in that. You know what I mean? When I tell people, let's link arms and support each other. This thing is real, and this is what we have to do. And so little by little, day by day, it's not a perfect solution. You know what I mean? But it is, and it's an opportunity and a workaround in which we're developing, along with other policies and procedures of individuals, in regards to being able to help individuals' lives. And when I keep using the word individuals, because if you look at our logo, there's a hand. We're here to help hold anyone up that we can. If you're going through it as a parent, know that there's support, there's help. You don't have to through, and you don't have to go into a program that's just widely generalized. You know what I mean? There's specific areas in which we cover that you may not get that necessary attention for. And that's another reason why you want to go ahead and make certain that you reach out to us here at Maternal Matters Favored.
That is wonderful. That is absolutely wonderful. We're going to try to bring Sharla in just a moment. It seems like she's having some audio issues on her end, so we're gonna.
She's in Kuwait, so I'm I can imagine that. Yeah, she's calling in, streaming in from Kuwait. So hopefully you can get on. Thank you so much for your dedication to this cause, Sharla.
We're going to do our best. Okay, so just a couple of quick announcements. We do ask you to visit mmfavored.org to learn more about the organization, to find out how you can donate, and to find out how you can register to be a part of the upcoming Life Skills program. We appreciate that. Now, our Facebook connection that was giving us a headache when we started at 10 a.m., it seems to have been resolved. So you can search for Angie B Productions on Facebook. You can see that we are live. You can also search for Moms in Ministry on Facebook. That's Moms, the letter N, Ministry on Facebook. That is an outreach ministry that just recently celebrated 10 years of reaching mothers. Just like, the book of Titus tells us the older women are supposed to teach the younger women. And unfortunately, we do have testimonies of older women that have dealt with exactly what you're talking about. And so I think we're going to take a minute and share from some wisdom. She may not be an older woman, but she's definitely wisdom. So Tam, I'm going to put you backstage for a minute, and we're going to hear a little bit from this encouraging pastor.
Happy Mother's Day. My name is Pastor Dr. Melinda Watts, and I am a proud mother of 9 children with a blended family and 8 grandchildren. One thing that I learned from my grandmother and my mother, I learned determination. I learned how to be a homemaker. I learned never to quit, and that you can do anything if you put your mind to it. Secondly, what I learned as a mother and a grandparent is, as a mother, each child is different. And as a grandparent, you spoil the grandchildren so that the children can experience the things they put their parents through when they were younger. The children have a tendency to say that the grandchildren gets away with a lot more than what they got away with. Also, the advice that I would give to every parent, grandparent that is raising a child is love your children unconditionally. For each one of them are different. They are gifts that the Lord has loaned to us, and also make sure we train them up in the way of the Lord so that when they grow old, they won't depart from it. Also, if I could do something different, oh my God, I think I would be a little bit more lenient on my children, because they had a hard knock life. I was disciplined. They were disciplined just the way I was disciplined. You spare the rod, you spoil the child. But if I could do something differently, it would be a little bit more lenient on them in the rearing. You have a blessed Mother's Day. God bless.
Tam here, coming to you from Favored. Just reaching out to let you know about our upcoming inaugural fundraiser, 24 Hours of Favor. And so for 24 hours, we're going to be broadcasting to raise funds for our Life Skills program. It's a 5-week program in which we provide services to parents that have perinatal and postpartum mood disorders. So we're talking about anxiety, we're talking about levels of depression, we're even talking about forms of psychosis that sometimes take place in these individuals' lives. And what we do as a community, taking a community approach, we make certain that we let these individuals know that they have a tribe in which they can turn to help support them in their walks of life as they're pressing through. Won't you make it your business to tune in, join us in conversations, even possibly pledge, right? For $35, you can send someone through a 5-week program. We hope to see you then.
That is wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. We're going to be bringing in our founder, Tam McRoy, in just a bit. We are very, very grateful for those who are chiming in. And we do have a schedule that we are doing our best to stick to. And I will be making these announcements as we come along. Tam, I see your message in the private chat, and we are not ready for that yet. So I do appreciate you for looking out for us in the background. So Tam, come on in. Just wanted you to know, I let you know when folks are here. So
Thank you. No, I don't know how I'm going to make it through this at all without you, Annie. So you just go ahead and
That's why you have Angie B Productions helping you out. So
that
Charlotte,
part. Everybody, you need to get you some Angie B Productions in your life.
Charlotte, I'm not sure if you can hear us, but I'm going to bring you on camera for just a bit, Charlotte. I'm not sure at Place of Peace, Orlando. I'm still not sure if you can hear us, Charlotte, but we are very grateful for you and that you are here. Charlotte, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes. Oh, let me go ahead and do this right. Yes. So Charlotte is a 20-year survivor of domestic violence. She's the founder of Place of Peace Orlando and has been a dedicated soldier, leader, and trainer of the military for 2 decades. Charlotte, thank you so much for being here. Oh my gosh. Yeah, because mind you, everyone, Charlotte's over there in Kuwait. So when we talk about having a tribe and individuals that get it and they're part of the dedication to the cause, I'm forever grateful. How are you?
I'm still here. Still trying to get it together. I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. All is well, and I could never complain about opportunities being deployed or, like being here, being able to share with family. So I'm here.
Yes. Okay, so I wanted to just run through some different things, right? Why did you want to attend today's charity event?
I got the invite, and I was super excited because to be invited is an honor, right? Because who just comes out and be like, oh, you can come and speak. And so anytime I have an opportunity to speak and share on anything that has to do with journeys, healing, and helping people to become whole is always a blessing. And I will never take that for granted. So.
Absolutely. And so with regards to creating a space and for those that are going through perinatal and postpartum mood disorders, tell us a little bit about what Place of Peace Orlando does.
So Place of Peace Orlando is a safe place for women or survivors of domestic violence to help them to transition from homelessness and into a life of independence, and to get them on to a healthy journey to be able to live on their own outside of the traumas that they have experienced due to domestic violence. When it comes to in regards to what your organization does and why it's important to partner with organizations like yours is, even though domestic violence is a topic all on its own, it doesn't mean that these survivors don't come with these issues. Some survivors have new babies. Some survivors have older babies, but yet do not have the opportunity to get the proper care that they need when having children and postpartum. And when you think about that in the perspective of postpartum and domestic violence, when you are trying to take care of a newborn or when you're trying to raise children and you're being abused in any kind of way, that in and of itself could cause a woman to go over the edge, or could push her in a direction to where she could start to resent her children, because it could be a question of, why are you here? Why, I can't deal with you because they're dealing with this or not dealing with it. You know what I'm saying? So when you're speaking about women and postpartum is a mental situation that it's something that me personally, I could say I may have overlooked, because when I was shot during that time, I did not have an opportunity to deal with postpartum anything. I I was shot. I found out I was pregnant, and I had a baby, and boom, that was it. No room for, wow, this happened. Oh my gosh, I had no room for self in that. And so, but I was blessed in a way that I did have a community of people. And even though I was dealing with postpartum and depression, it was within myself, and it did not spill over into my daughter. So to her and in her life, there was never anything wrong with mama. But in that time, in those first 10 years of her life, I was either deployed or dealing. And so even in my dealing, I was losing weight, I was underweight, I was, it was just a journey that, had I not been in the military, had it not been for my military community, um, I, I probably would have went a completely different direction. But it took me to visit a therapist one time, right? Because in the Army, you don't really get to be mentally ill. Back in those days, you didn't, right?
Right.
If you said anything about mental, they'd be like, oh, you finna get put out. And I literally had just got in. And so after I had my daughter, I went from a healthy 140, 150 pounds to 120 postpartum. Post having a baby, I'm down to 120. And my dad's looking at me like, they don't feed you in the Army? And I'm like, you know, yeah, I eat all the time, but I really wasn't eating, and my hair was falling out. And, I didn't know how or what to do. I just, pressed forward. And to deal with that, like I said, I went to the doctor, and I thought I had something going on with me physically, and she said, no, it's mental. And that then was like, wait, I can't accept that. I had to try to figure out another way. And it took me some years to accept the fact that it was a mental issue and not a physical issue, because it didn't matter what I did for PT, it didn't matter what foods I ate, it didn't matter any of that. It was here in my head. And to have to still move through the days and moving through fear, because I was not divorced. So at any given time, he could have just popped up, and in the military, there is no discretion until you follow through with all the procedures, which I wasn't.
Charlotte, so I know your story, and Charlotte's story is deep, but let individuals, if you don't mind sharing, who that he is in regards to what you went through and how that all was just a world of a woe.
Okay, so when I was younger, I decided to get married. I got married to an older man, and he ended up being abusive. And so for the first 3 or 4 years of us being together, it was about 2 years we were together. He was abusive. He showed those signs of aggression, but I was underage. I was like 16, 17. So I was fearful about reporting him or, calling the police. But then also I felt like I could handle it. You 17, 18, you think you're grown. I was part of that crew, thought I was grown. And so it just turned into a whirlwind of abuse. And it was both mentally, and then it became physical. And then I thought I can get away. I joined the Army. Even though I had plans to join the Army before, I had used that as my escape physically. Mentally, I could not get away, and I ended up marrying him, and that just took the cake when we finally were able to be together for a short period of time. And in that short period of time, I had to express to him that my next assignment, I couldn't take him with me, and he just did not want to accept that, and he tried to take me out. And in that, once that happened, that happened in November of 98. Oh my gosh. It happened in November of 98. And by the end of, I still left. I could not allow myself to sit in my hometown of Dallas, Texas, and still be in that same space. So I still left and went to Korea. But I was shot in the face, and so I got stitched up the best I could, and I just left. Again, not allowing myself to process it, not allowing myself to work through it. I had several family members and friends that were like, "You should probably go talk to somebody." Wasn't anything I was comfortable with or even good at, because in our community back then, we just didn't do that kind of stuff. You pray about it and keep it moving. And so that's what I did. I just kept it moving. And so with that, I get to Korea, and within 3 months of being in Korea, I found out I'm pregnant. And so I spent my time in Korea, came back, and I was lucky enough to be stationed close enough to home that when I was there, my mom, my family was able to, interact and engage with me, but nobody was able to help me to walk through that process of the abuse after. And then once I had my daughter, the fear, is he going to try to come back and get us? Is he going to try to do anything? So postpartum looks different to everybody. And as a survivor, postpartum is a burden that we choose not to deal with, right? Because we got enough. It's enough. I've been shot. I'm healing from all of that, trying to heal, and yet not dealing with the mental, only dealing with the physical. And then I have this newborn baby, and within months, I'm being deployed. So then I'm getting deployed, and then I got to come back. And it's a terrible cycle that it took years, many years, for me to decide, Charlotte, you need to take care of you. And so got married again, thinking, if I do it, try again, I'll get past it. And that was not the answer either, because I turned around and got married, got pregnant, had another baby, and you're like, okay, now I got 2 babies, and I got another bum husband that ain't worth it. And it's, again, I'm not dealing with the true issue, and then having these new babies are not helping, because nobody is helping my heart, nobody is helping my mind. Yes. And all I can do is just focus on the babies, right? As long as I'm loving my babies and giving them what they need. But I end up homeless. So what I'm gonna do with my babies if I'm homeless? So end up homeless and pregnant again. So I'm 2.5 babies in, and I still can't get it together because I am not getting the true help that I need. And again, because I had an amazing community around me in the military, I was able to get myself together, but I had to be separated. So I had my 3rd child at 9 months. I was in Iraq and he was back in Texas. So I'm separated from all 3 of my babies, and all of them are under the age of 4, and all I could do was disconnect. So now I'm disconnected from my children, and I was listening to one of the speakers, and she said, you have to learn how to build your community, right? Sometimes we have to build a community outside of our family. And that's very much what happened when I got stationed in Fort Bragg. I didn't know anybody, and I really didn't have room to trust anybody. I've been married twice to 2 men that beat me up. My family didn't really do for me as someone would expect. So then what am I supposed to do? And I literally just got to Bragg, and I was like, I don't have nothing. But everybody that wore that same uniform was like, I got you. And I went from homeless to staying with someone that I absolutely did not know. Him and his wife just opened up their home to me and the kids. And I stayed there long enough until I was able to get a home on post. And my unit, my first sergeant, everybody was collectively able to help me get to a better place. But that better place was only for a short time because then I deployed. And so I had to send my kids right back and then mentally disconnect from my children. But in that, it was the support of the strangers who were not
The tribe.
strangers. And, yeah, the tribe of people, because in our uniform, we're all the same. And so if you see someone in uniform that needs help, you help them. And so that's how I was able to maintain some type of stability. And it was a complete stranger who opened up her home and took in the kids and was like, we'll keep the kids while you're going to the field. We'll keep the kids while you're, and I never had to pay out of pocket for anything. That my kids spent more time at her house because I was in so much training. They lived with her. They practically lived with her for almost 3 months. And I was visiting them at a stranger's house who was no longer a stranger. Now she's family.
Yes.
Now, 20 years later, she's family. And so that is the process that I had to go through. Is I had to give myself grace, as one speaker said, and I had to know and trust the people that God put in my path. That's a perspective you have to look at. Is when you reach a level of discernment, you have to trust that discernment, and then you have to trust that this person or these people are brought here for a reason. And it's just a matter of asking God, like, what is their purpose? Some will tell you, I'm here to help you. Others will just show you. And then you have to ask God, is this what it really is? Like, is this what this really is? And so that has been my path of being able to process life postpartum 3 times. And so but the revelation did not come, and some moms will catch this later. The revelation of the process will not come until you're on the other side, right? So I'm on the other side of postpartum. My oldest child is 23. My youngest is 19. It wasn't until, every day those children show me that my process was right and it was done the way God intended it for it to be. Because when you're going through it, you're pulling hair. You're like, you don't hear me. You're not listening to me. But when we move in the way that God graces us to do, you'll see it on the other side. So, you just have to be an example. And so I live my life in a way that my daughter can look at me and be like, Mom, now I see what you were saying. Those are the confirmations that God tells me. God be like, see, I told you she was listening. But in the moment, 2 years, 3 years ago, I wouldn't think she heard anything I said. But now, 23 years, last year, yesterday, Mom, I remember what you had said. I remember when you told me this. And it's like, oh, thank you, Jesus. She heard me. Even the boys, I just feel like, want to pull my hair. If anybody that has boys, teenage boys, young adults,
yes,
the boys are 19 and 20 or 21. He turned 21. You couldn't tell him nothing. He grown. So how do you tell?
Yes.
How do you tell a grown man, 21, how to do life?
Yes.
And so I asked God, how do I tell this boy that's not right? And that's the way. It's not you, it's God, because those are not your children. They're His. You're just graced to be in the place. And so I asked God, how do I tell this man how to spend his money without spending his money?
We'll have to start a whole nother show for that one, because I'm like, I can't tell my son what to do these days, but I'm like, let me tell you how. Let me suggest some things.
Right.
Let me let you know how that's going to work out for you.
You have to tell them. So I tell them, not in a way of telling. Like you say, I suggest, and you say it in a way where it's like, he believes he came up with the idea.
That part.
Like,
that
Mom,
part.
my gosh. You'll say something and he'll be like, Mom, I had thought about something, and he will verbatim
That
what
part.
I said.
Charlie, let me ask you this real quickly as we're getting ready to wrap up. Thank you so much. Powerful story. Like, listen, you know what I mean? When we're talking about perinatal and postpartum mood disorders, anxiety, depression, how it hits, that thing hits differently for different folks. We all have different walks. We all have different assignments. All have different crosses that we're bearing. So what are some of the policy and program changes that you believe that should take place in our communities, in our states?
Right.
When it comes to opportunities that are presented to parents that deal with postpartum, because I truly believe it's not just about the women, right? Especially women that are in healthy relationships with the father of their children or their husbands. It's a community effort that should be presented to both parents, right? Because mental health journeys are not just individualized. When you have a partner, you should always be inclusive of any mental health journey that you have to, go through. And so with that, I believe for my own organization, even though they come out of a relationship, an unhealthy relationship, down the line, there will be a time they will enter into a healthy relationship. And with that, there should be resources available for them to learn and understand how to build healthy relationships, how to mitigate situations that could trigger them being in this new relationship. And those are resources that should be available to these to the people of the community.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Charlotte, tell everyone real quickly how they can get in touch with your organization.
And actually, Charlotte, let me interrupt you for a minute. If you can stick around, we have a couple of questions and comments that I'd love to share with you. So, but I understand you're out of town. So if you got to leave us, that's fine. But
out of town.
If you can stick around backstage for a little bit, I'd like to be able to share that information. I know my leader is here and she's coming up next. So yes, please share how everyone can get in touch with you.
Okay, yeah. So my organization is Place of Peace Orlando Incorporated. It's Place of Peace Orlando Inc.org. Or you can reach out to me on Facebook at Charla Edwards Pringle, or you can find Place of Peace Orlando on Facebook. We're always there. I'm always available. All you gotta do is shoot me a text. There's a 7-hour time difference, but I'm always available. I have had no short of contacts being out here. So regardless of if you wake up and you need someone to talk to, you need someone to chat or have a question, I'm always available. If I don't respond immediately, I promise as soon as I see it, I will respond. Thank you so much again, Ms. Tam, for this opportunity.
We appreciate you. And Charlotte, I'm going to put you backstage for just a little bit. If you can hang out with us, that would be wonderful. Just so many.
Good stuff. Listen, that everyone, that's just the beginning. You know what I mean? That is what it looks like to carry a cross of postpartum for a vet that's gone through domestic violence. I mean, her story, I don't know if you guys caught that. She was in a relationship with someone who shot her in the face. This brother tried to take her out. And when I'm telling you, when God's hand is on your life, can no man do anything to break that. Listen, it's too early. I keep saying it's too early, and I meant to bring some tissues because I was about to tear up a couple times. But
yeah, got mine. I got mine. But
we're gonna go ahead and roll it. Go ahead, Angie. Angie got me.
Charlotte, I just want you to see the comments that have come across while you were speaking, and I just want you to know the text messages that have come across. People have said, "Oh my God, you sound like my friend," or "My sister went through that," or "I'm going through that right now." Toya Blair on YouTube said she definitely hears your pain. And then other folks that are anonymous, what a testimony. This has just been our first hour of the broadcast. Tam, I'm going to put you backstage for a hot second so you can get you a drink of water, because I know this next person that's coming up is just, Myleta Butler. You coming up in just a minute. Oh man, this is our first hour of our 24-hour broadcast. We are bringing you information, we're building awareness, and we are raising funds for Maternal Matters Favored. That's mmfavored.org. You may be able to see it up there on top of my mmfavored.org. This next hour does have a sponsor, and Myleta Butler is our sponsor. She's coming up next, and we want you to like and share this broadcast. So someone sent me a text and said, well, where can I see it? Okay, so this is the list, and then we're going to come back in with Tam and her special guest. You want to search for Favored or MM Favored on YouTube. Just put in 24 hours of favor charity event anywhere on YouTube and you'll be able to see it. We've got some viewers already that are commenting. You also want to search on YouTube for Volusia Business Women. VolusiaBusinessWomen.com is a business listing and event calendar directory that I'm a member of, and Tam McRoy is also a member of. So they are our YouTube streaming partner, and we are grateful for that. Search for us on Twitter. Look for Angie B Tour, ANGIEBEE Tour on Twitter. And please tweet us out. I mean, everybody knows somebody, unfortunately, that needs to know about what we're talking about, okay? On Facebook, you can look for Moms in Ministry. That's Moms, the letter N, Ministry. Of course, you can find us streaming live on Angie B Productions. That's BEE, like a round yellow bumblebee, like my little bumblebee for Christ, round yellow bumblebee. And you will also be able to catch us again on YouTube. Just search for Live with Evangelist Angie B. Okay, we're going to bring Tam back, and so she can introduce us to Myleta Butler. Tam, I'm so grateful for this hour's sponsor because I never would have known anything about.
Listen, come September when we're out there in Daytona Beach for the bald and beautiful bazaar, and we're on the beach, we're going to be in our bikinis.
Okay, that's good. Well, Myleta, we're going to bring you in, and thank you for being a sponsor of this broadcast for the next hour. Take it away, lady.
Hey, Myleta!
Hi! Hey, Tam! How are you? Good to see you.
Oh my gosh, I'm so happy to see you. I don't know. I just gotta. This is amazing for me, right? This right here, this woman of God, I've known her since I was pregnant. This is one of my original OG village people, as I like to call them. Okay. My sister-in-law, very, very amazing individual. Let me go ahead and do this thing right with your intro. Here we are talking with Miss Myleta Butler. She is a former 300-pound New Yorker who is the CEO founder of My Lakini Swimwear. In her debut book, Slim Down, Level Up, she shares her journey to taking back her health, learning to love herself more, and she also has this amazing 6-week weight loss program for readers to follow. Hey, girl, hey! Oh my gosh, thank you so much again for coming on board, and just gonna jump right into it. Who are you? What do you do? What's going on?
Well, first of all, let me just pause and say I commend you and Angie B for doing this. This is amazing. And I was able to be backstage and hear a little bit of the previous story, and I commend her because it takes strength to leave out of a violent relationship, a domestic violence relationship, as well as when there are children involved. And so then you add in the piece that she was a soldier. And so there was just a lot going on. And so I'm glad that you created a platform like this so other people can hear her story, hear her testimony, and draw strength from it, and use her story as the key to unlock maybe a situation that they're currently in. And so I applaud you for that. I say happy Mother's Day to all the mothers who are tuning in on this fabulous Mother's Day weekend. And I would say for me, so I'm someone, as you say, we go way back. So I was very honored when you asked me to come and be a part of your event today, because mental health is near and dear to me for several reasons. As you said in my intro, I am a former 300-pound. I say I'm an obesity survivor, as I like to call it, because I was closer to the grave than I wanted to be. I'll say that. And the unfortunate part was I was more focused on getting my hair and nails done than taking care of my health, right? Like I was window dressing myself, but I really wasn't taking care of myself on the inside. And unfortunately, what I was doing was I was eating my pain, Tam. So I was self-medicating, right? And a lot of people don't realize food can be a drug of choice. And to me, it's one of the hardest drugs to overcome, because unlike alcohol or let's say, cocaine or something like that, I had to eat every day, right? We got to eat every day. We can't just go and hibernate like bears and be fine. Like I had to eat every day. So I had to learn how to develop a new relationship with food on my journey to healing. And so that was how I was able to conquer the weight and take back my health. But a big part of that was I had to learn and reconnect with my self-love. And only way I was able to do that, Tam, and this is why I'm going to tie it into the mental health piece that I know we're going to get into, is I had to remember my self-worth.
Come on now.
And that part I had lost sight of. And by me doing my hair and makeup and my nails, the only thing I was doing on the road that I was going at 300-pound club that I was a card carrying member of, is I was only going to look good in the coffin because I was headed to an early grave.
Come on now.
And that was not the path that I knew God had for me. And so I was so happy that night that I cried in the shower. And I share this in the book when I talk about I just uncontrollably cry. You know, the kind of cry where the more you try to stop crying, you crying even more.
That good, ugly cry.
Ooh, that good, ugly cry. When I had left the doctor's office and he had told me, if you don't do something about your health, you are going to die an early death and you're going to have a lot of problems going forward. And I cried and cried, and I got out that shower and I did something that a therapist had told me years ago, because I had went through some childhood trauma, which we can talk about that later. And one thing that I did was I went to see a therapist, and I'm so glad that my grandmother at the time encouraged me to, because my therapist said, anytime you're dealing with something, write it down. Right? Get your thoughts out. Like try to just put it on paper so you could see it. And so I wrote myself a note that night when I got out that shower, and I just said, God, I don't know what I need to do, but I know I need to get this weight off. I know I need to get control of my health. And I really need to start fighting for who I am and who I had lost in the weight. And I wrote myself a love note. And it was the note that I needed to write, Tam. It was the note that I needed to hear. And it basically was saying, sis, listen, you're going to get up tomorrow. You're going to fix your hair and makeup. You're going to put on that dress that you think you're too big to wear, and them cute high heels that you think you can't wear anymore.
That part.
And you're going to get your life together, okay? You're going to put one foot in front of the other, and we're going to figure this thing out. And I'm so grateful that I did. It brought me to who I am today. It has made me the wife, the mother, the friend, the daughter, the sister, who I am today, because of the fact that I got back to the needed self-love.
Come on now. That's just the preface, right? That's just, just the beginning, because, you've gone through some personal stories with regards to being a mom and trying to be and not be. And what did that look like in your whole psyche as you were going through those moments? And then you finally made it there.
Ooh, I'll say this. So I want to back up first so that those that are listening can really understand. So I wanted to I chose career early on in life. I'll say that. So I was one of those people, and my husband laughs now when we have this conversation. I was the president of the No Kids Committee, right? Like I literally was like, I'm good. I'm choosing career. I'd rather focus on that. And so I didn't initially see myself as a mom, right? Like I was auntie of the year. I had niece and nephews. That was great. But I understood the responsibility, as they say, like I understood the assignment that it takes to be a mother. Right. And I don't care if the father is great. You could have a great husband, but children want their mother. Right. There is a connection to mom. I mean, we are the givers of life. Remember, they are the first connection to them. And so I knew that responsibility. And initially I didn't want to. So then when I met my husband and you fast forward, we fell in love. And I'm like, you know what? I want a piece of him and I to walk around on this earth, for us to leave a part of us here. And I got pregnant. And I remember that was the first time in my life I hadn't worked since I was 13. And now I'm home with a baby. Right. Like, that was hard for me, Tam. And I'm going to tell you, as somebody who was very aware of mental health, mental wellness, I saw how women suffer from postpartum depression and how easy it was. And I'm going to tell you what I mean by that. I had lost my identity like this. All of a sudden, I wasn't my leader. I was my son's mother. I was Sammy's mommy, right? Like I didn't have a name. You know what I'm talking about. You go somewhere.
I see my mom.
You so-and-so's mom. You don't have a name anymore. And I didn't realize how important that was for me to fight for my identity until I was they say you don't know the triggers, right? That's another thing we talk about mental health. We learning your triggers, right? I remember being at a birthday party with my son, and I think he was maybe 2 at the time, 2 years old. And this lady said, "Oh, Sammy's mommy, come here." It was a trigger. It was a trigger, Tam. Like I kind of just lost it. I said, "Excuse you, I have a name." I said, "My name is Myleta." I said, "And before there was Sammy, there was me." And she looked at me like I was crazy. And I really didn't realize in that moment that I was silently fighting that battle of self-identity, right? Like I had this new title overnight, right? Like we push this baby out. We have these 9 months of preparation. We know the baby's coming, but then it's something else about once the baby's here that all of a sudden now I'm mom, right? Like that's a new identity. What does that look like? And for me, and as I said a few minutes ago, my husband he's a great father. He's a great man. However, my son wanted mama, right? 24/7, wanted mom. And I felt suffocated. And to even have that conversation with somebody made me almost feel bad. But then I realized that I shouldn't feel bad about it because it was my feelings, right? Like that's what we have to get away from. We think that we should not talk about our feelings, but we should. We should absolutely talk about our feelings, and we shouldn't feel bad about talking about our feelings. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Hold on. I was like making sure. So I remember wanting to talk about my feelings. And then I said, okay, why am I feeling this way? Like, what is it? And I had a conversation with my husband, and I'm so grateful. And I think the young lady I spoke earlier talked about how it needs to be multi-dynamic. And that is so true because mental health is not just linear, right? It's our journey. It's those connected to us, right? Especially if you're in a relationship. And so I had a conversation with my husband and I said, I'm beginning to resent you and I don't want to. Right? Like, I feel like resentment is a terrible emotion to enter a relationship. And the reason I said that is because I felt like nothing in his life changed once I gave birth to Sammy, but everything in my life changed, right? And I see you shaking your head, so you know what I mean, right? Like he still got to go to work every day and leave the house and be challenged. And he didn't have to worry about how many diapers to change. And I can tell him how many times he was going to eat. And my life almost became like so repetition to the point where I could tell you exactly how many times, how many Mickey Mouse episodes we were going to watch. And I was just like, I was losing it. Like I literally was like this. And I had the conversation only because I wanted him to realize that I was very grateful for the time I had with my son. Because remember, we never get that time back, right? Like, they're only kid once. But I also realized that I wanted to make sure that I still fought for my identity. I was still who I was as a person, right? As Myleta, the woman, then the wife, and then the mother, right? And how to separate that and what that looks like, right? And so that was a big part for me, I would say, welcoming to the world of motherhood, right? That was a big piece for me.
That's real. That's a lot, you know what I mean? Because I'm loving this, because honestly speaking, we aren't us anymore. We're them. You know what I mean? Everything is, centered around, this motherhood, and how do we balance, our equilibrium is off. And so just for you to even just divulge that, is kudos, because a lot of individuals need to hear that. It's happening. It's something that takes place. And let me tell you how you can overcome it. And being raw and having that conversation with your husband, like, hey, let me raise this thing up the flagpole, call the flag on the play kind of a thing is what needs to happen, and regrettably, as women, we've been told to stuff it. You know what I mean? Like, this is what you do. Get out there. There's no crying in baseball, right? I'm trying to throw humor to it. But, regrettably, it's what we've been told, is what we've done historically for generations after generation. So when we think about how we're trying to unpack the mental health of parenthood, you know what I mean? When there's so many fundamental layers of us being taught to just swallow, go, you know what I mean? This is brand new. Individuals still have a hard time with that release and just being fully vulnerable and transparent to say, hey, this thing is kind of heavy. How do I do this, right?
Heavy. And this is the part that I realize is that when I hear the word parenting, right? Like when I talked about earlier about how I was the president of the No Kids Committee initially, because I understood the assignment, right? Because to me, when I hear the word parenting, the very next second I hear preparation, right? Because our job as parents is to prepare our children to be individual, self-sufficient, and just follow what it is that is in their heart and God has created them to do, right? All while helping them and shaping them. But while we're parenting and preparing them, we're also growing as a person, right? So everyone talks about their growth, right? But what's happening to our growth, right, Tim? So depending on how old you were when you gave birth to your child, you think you're still growing. You're still learning who this person is. You're still evolving, right? So you have this little person who is now 100% dependent upon you, which that in itself can be a little scary, right? Like,
yes,
I remember locking myself in the bathroom for my only alone time to have just a moment to myself, because again, and I use this word because that's how I felt. And I'm honest with it. I felt suffocated at times. I love my son. I love that we have a great connection and that we're very close. I nursed him, as my husband liked to say, for almost 2 years. That's why he's so healthy and strong and never been sick. So we had a bond, right? But the thing was, I just remember thinking like, okay, he's growing, but no one's thinking about my growth, right? Like, my not just my physical growth, right? Like my emotional growth, my spiritual growth, my all these, my mental health, everything that's going on. And I think personally, it's even harder when we're talking about Black and brown women, right? Historically, we are told, as you say, suck it up. There's no crying. We're built, we're built for this. We can handle it. We're supposed to take it, and we don't talk about it. And that's where the problem lies, because we begin to self-medicate, as I did, right? I said, everybody's got a drug of choice, right? Everybody has some type of outlet that they use to deal with things, right? Those two. And so then it becomes a numbing factor, right? Because we're just trying to numb the pain. We're trying to just, avoid our own emotions and our feelings, because we're told to just push it down, press it on, and keep going, right? And that's not healthy parenting. We know that. That's not healthy as individuals growing, and as women, as mothers, as wives, all of that. So that was big for me, I'll say, figuring that part out.
Definitely. And, a lot of the societal pressures that are on us, we're supposed to be perfect, and, we're once more going back to the headstrong kind of thing. I want to go ahead and roll into my bikini, right? And how, you know, when we don't have those perfections, you know, we're not flawless kind of a thing, right? What does that look like? And how did you come about with this swimwear line? And it's just revolutionized the way that women feel about themselves and being out in the public. And that's something, you know, that as a new mom, you think about, oh, my body, you know what I mean, is not there, you know, but I still want to be out and about and enjoy life with my family members.
Yes. Well, let me just say this. So I would say, first of all, I applaud women because we can birth, you know, a whole human being out of our body, right? Like we create life, life comes through us. And so it's just amazing what we can do. But we know our bodies go through a lot to go through the pregnancy, right? There is weight gain, we're stretching here, we're pulling there, all kinds of things are going on to create this life, which is a beautiful thing. However, part of my depression, and I think maybe some other women can relate to this, was because I looked in the mirror and I didn't recognize that body that was staring back at me, right? Like my boobs were hanging, you know, you add in the stretch marks, you add in the cellulite, all the different things. But yet I wanted to feel good about myself still, right? And I was proud of those things, meaning, you know, it wasn't that I didn't love my body. And I think sometimes people mistake when you prefer to have certain things covered up, that it means you're insecure and you don't like your body. And I don't think it's that. I just think as women, we feel amazing in certain things, right? Like we know what makes us look good and feel good. And it may just mean we're not comfortable letting everything hang out. And listen, I applaud the women who do. Like, I'm like, there is nothing better than confidence. I'm like, girl, yes, but I'm gonna need a little bit more help. Like, I'm gonna need a little bit more fabric to help me feel a little bit better. So how the concept came up, after giving birth to my son, and I live in the fabulous sunshine state of Florida, as you do. And so, 10, 11 months out the year, Tam, we can be outside, right? Like we're on the boat, we're going kayaking, canoe, we can go fishing, we can go to the beach. We can just be outdoors and participate in water sports. And so I thought, I don't always have what they say, the perfect beach body, but yet I want to feel good in my own skin without needing to show all my skin. So how can I figure this out? So I remember losing all of my weight. And I remember standing in the dressing room. Here's one of them crying sessions again. And crying can be very releasing, if you will, and very healing. But I was crying in the dressing room, Tam, because I had tried on probably 15 different swimsuits and neither one of them was helping anything on here look right. Like I was like, and I should have been happy looking back at the body that I was looking at, because this body gave birth to my baby. This body, nursing for almost 2 years. This body was, empowering other women to do things in life. This body was doing great things, but yet I was mad at her, if you will, for how she was looking back at me in the mirror. And I thought, I shouldn't be mad at her. I'm trying to keep making these curves fit in this stuff. I need to design something to work with my curves, like instead of working against them. And so I've always felt women look amazing in leggings. So I thought, I'm going to take something that women may not like 100%, which is a bikini usually, versus something they do kind of like wearing leggings. And I thought, I'm gonna figure this thing out. And I'm not a seamstress, but I remember I took like a couple of bikinis, bottoms, and some leggings, and I started cutting them up and putting them together. And I thought, you know what? This is kind of cute. I might can make this work. So I then got with the seamstress. I thought, okay, my homemade, creation is not really going to we can't mass produce this, right? So got with a seamstress, long story short, found manufacturing. And the whole reason behind it was I wanted to feel comfortable in my own skin without needing to show all of my skin, but also to feel sexy and confident in swimwear. And I also wanted it to be multifunctional, right? Because running up behind my son, I don't want stuff falling out, popping out and here, there, and everywhere. So I thought, okay, we got to come up with something that I can play with him on the beach, run up behind him, get in the water and not worry about it. And not do the uncover and take cover. Because that's another thing. I was mad. I was in that dressing room trying on 15 swimsuits.
Not the uncover and take cover.
know what I'm talking about, Tam. I would pick one, and now I'm going to find a cover up. So now I'm gonna spend more money to cover it up. And when I get to the beach, I'm gonna take it off real quick, uncover and take cover in the water, or I'm gonna take cover, lay down, and drape something over top me, the areas I don't, you know what I'm talking about. Because we've done it. You know we've done it. You know, the areas we don't want anybody to see, we draping something over it real quick. And so I thought, no, I don't want to keep hiding my body. I wanted something that's just gonna accentuate my body and make me feel good. And so when I never forget, I was sitting in my room on the floor, you know, doing my little stitching. And I'll be honest, the only needle I had in the house at the time was my weaving needle, right? So I had that big old
with the hook. I remember.
The big old hook.
Delivered.
But I said, I'm gonna figure this thing out, you know. So I'm stitching together and I'm sitting on the floor and I thought, oh, if this makes me feel good, it's gonna make other women feel good too.
Come on now.
And I thought, you know what? Because at the end of the day, but you know, that was nothing but God. This is why I tell people all the time. Sometimes we go through pain to get to our purpose, right? Like where we tie it into, where we utilize that pain and we use our power and it turns into our purpose, because it was nothing but God. I remember lying in bed after the whole crying scenario in the dressing room and at home. And of course I had the one swimsuit that, you know, halfway made me look decent with the cover up that I paid for as well. And I just remember thinking, and I could see the Lakini in my mind. Like I literally could see it. And I got up and I started to sketch. And I'm not a sketcher. I'm not an artist by any means. But I could see it, right? Which then allowed me to then start cutting and stitching. And I said, you know what? I said, only God could. He just gave me this vision. And I could see other women like me, right? Feeling good. Feeling good after having that baby, you know, after maybe just, I even had burn victims, you know, who said I had scarring from, you know, a situation. I had a skin disorder. I had a motorcycle accident. I have these huge, you know, marks on my, and I just haven't gone on vacation in years because I'm uncomfortable showing other people that. And so, or telling me that they would cancel any invitation or decline any invitation if it meant wearing a swimsuit. Any activity. Like if they got invited to a pool party, you know, a family cookout at the lake, whatever, if it involved having to put on a swimsuit, the invitation was declined. And I thought, no, we're going to return to life. We're going to return to fabulousness. We're going to return to sexiness. We're going to wear something that's going to make us look and feel good and confident. And we're going to love our skin. And the skin that we're in. And because all of those scars, I said, them scars make stars, honey. We are fabulous, honey. All of us.
Come on with it. Oh my God. And you know, and this right here, everyone, is part of what we're talking about when we're saying that we're a tribe of folks. And this thing, perinatal, postpartum, you know, anxiety, depression, psychosis, there's so many different elements. You know, we come together collectively in our own spaces, in our own walks of life and our purposes to make certain that we're doing our due diligence. Melita, tell me some of the, like, the testimonies that individuals, moms are having now because of this, because this right here blows my mind because it changes lives. And we need certain just little reward systems for ourselves because we are the birth, the giver of life, right? In a sense.
Yes. So first, before I do that, I want to say this, because I know you have the ladies that are listening, and when it comes to parenting, especially prior to giving birth and then after, it can seem very overwhelming, right? Like it is, and I know you and I've talked before about there's not one handbook, right? There's not one good parenting handbook out there that's going to be a one size fits all. But the key for me was, and I know you mentioned earlier about having a tribe, is to stop thinking you have to go it alone, right? Like that part is so huge for me. And the thing is, and I think back to my grandmother when we talk about going it alone in life. And she said, baby, even Jesus had a team. Like, what he had the disciples. Like, why do you think you have to do it all by yourself? And so building your tribe, reaching out, not being afraid to ask questions, right? Like, and seeking those from those who've already been down that road. And then the other key thing I realized is that we think we have the disadvantage, right? We're like, oh, I'm overwhelmed. I don't know. These kids are driving me crazy. But really, we have the advantage. We have been where they are. They have never been where we are. right? So as our kids are growing and they're experiencing things and we're like, oh my goodness, what's going on? If we would think back to the age that they are and think of when we were there, what could somebody have said to us or have done for us that would have been impactful to change our lives? And the only way that that's going to happen is communication, right? Like, and I'm doing this with my hands because when I think about communicating with anyone, and especially my son, I'm building a bridge, a strong foundation, because I want him to feel comfortable to walk across that bridge at any time and be able to communicate with me. But there's a second piece to that puzzle, Tam. I have to be ready that whatever he asks me on the way over on that bridge, that I'm ready to respond, right? Like, because sometimes kids will ask and we freak out, right? We panic and we haven't already played in our minds. Like, for instance, I had one parent tell me first time she asked her son, was he having sex? She almost had a stroke. And I said, well, why? Like, that's a natural thing. You know, at some point he's going to have sex, right? Like that's it's going to happen, right? Like, so, but what happened, because of her reaction, she later on realized she thinks she had weakened that bridge, right? Like he no longer he didn't feel comfortable coming off and asking her. So I think if nothing else from the conversation I'm having with you today is that parents, number one, you're doing an amazing job, right? Give yourself credit. That's the part you need to realize. You are doing the best with what you currently have and your intentions are good, right? We all just want our kids to be happy, healthy, and self-sufficient one day. But how you empower them is by empowering yourself with seeking out other information, right? Like I call it the tool bag of parenting, right? You want to add a hammer up in there, you need a drill, you need a measurement, all those different tools that we can add to our parenting, our tool bag of parenting is going to help us and also help them so that we don't feel as though we don't have the tools to be a great parent when we do, right? We have access to them, right? Like we're living in an information era. We can, at our fingertips, can find it. So if you're not a part of a network, like let's say like a Facebook group, or you've connected with someone through one of the other social media outlets, then I joined Mommy and Me. So remember now, I was not a mom. I was in corporate. I was working prior to, then became an entrepreneur. So I didn't know other moms. So I was like, what, how am I going to do this mom thing? Right? Like I'm kid you not, Tam. I was like, I didn't even know the moms in my neighborhood, right? Because I would hit that garage button, pull in, pull out, go to work, come back. You know what I mean? So I didn't know them until I needed to know them. So then I Googled.
That's a word right there.
Listen, I Googled Mommy and Me and play dates. Like I'm like, is there any mom groups in my area? And I joined moms clubs. And that was so powerful to me because it allowed me to be around other moms who had already gone through what I've probably getting ready to go through, or who we also could do. We could share stories, right? Like we could share, so we can compare notes, if you will, and give each other advice and tips. And so that was huge for me because we know they say, stop trying to do it alone. Let's say 1 can send 1,000 to flight, 2 can send 10,000. There is power in some numbers, right?
There is power.
Tell us to stop trying to go it alone because we don't need to. But some of the stories I heard to answer your question is, which again, it makes me realize that when God put this vision in my heart and in my mind, that it was bigger than me, right? Because some of the stories I've heard is, I've given birth to 2 kids, or I've given birth to 3 kids, and I don't even feel comfortable. I wear my husband's shorts when we go on the cruise, or I wear oversized t-shirts and I just don't get it in the water because I feel insecure, or I had one lady, which her story was so touching to me. And I didn't even think about how my swimwear would help her. She was a breast cancer survivor. She had a double mastectomy. And so she had the prostheses in, and she told me she had not found a swimwear that made her feel confident wearing her prosthetics, as well as she had additional scarring and things because she was born with different skin disorders and things like that. And so she's like, I just would often just, wear regular clothes, and sit around the pool or sit at the beach and would never. And she goes, so the first time when I saw your swimwear, she's like, oh my goodness, like I could wear that. And I feel jazzy, I feel sexy. And so currently we go from size small to 2XL, which we're looking to expand that even more as we're continuing to build and grow the brand. But really it's about, and I call it swim and gym, because really you could do yoga on the beach with it. You can go water aerobics. You can do all types of different activities with it. And again, it's all about women feeling good in their skin without needing to show all of their skin. And that is the whole goal and the whole focus of what we wanted to do, because we know we're dealing with a lot as moms after giving birth. The last thing we need to worry about is not finding something to make us feel good and confident.
Absolutely. Yes. Absolutely. Angie, thank you for throwing up those pictures of the swimwear. Yeah, ladies, look, you know, being a parent, being a brand new mom, you know, we deal with a lot. And one of those things is, you know, there's body shaming going on, right? Or just with our own self-esteem. There's a product out here, you're looking at it right now, in which you can go ahead and purchase and get back out there and live, you know, because at the end of the day, we want to have, when we're talking about that toolkit, we want to have a basket of things that we can have in our arsenal to help us to alleviate some levels of anxiety and depression, you know what I mean, in which we kind of sink into little lows and so forth. Melita, thank you so much. How can folks get in touch with you?
Oh, so on Instagram, I'm Myleta Butler and Mylakini. And then on Facebook, the same thing, Myleta Butler, Mylakini on both of those. And then our website is mylakini.com. So it's just, think instead of a bikini, think of a bikini for your legs.
That part. Thank you so much for joining us. If you can hang out, I know that there's probably some questions going on. I saw a few pop up and so forth. Thank you again. And I will see you.
And I love you. And thank you for doing this, because we know that the true wealth is mental health. So I'm so glad that you're focusing on this, because that is where we want to be. We want to get to a place where we are checking up on our health, just like we go to get that mammogram, just like we get that pap smear every year, get our teeth clean and all of that. We want to normalize that it's okay to not be okay, and then to go and seek help for that. So Thank you for this.
Absolutely. Thank you. Oh my gosh, guys, we are just getting started. You know, we're coming towards the end of hour 2. Melita is one of our sponsors. And I just want to go ahead and just give a quick shout out to some of the individuals that are just donating. Melita, we have Jean Lovejoy, we have Andre Brown, Mary Hope, Sonia Bennett, Miss Juanita Banks Whittington. We have Miss Mirilagro Vasquez, Katrina Harris, Dinah Simmons. Amy Reddix and Sylvia Blair. Thank you all for the love and support as we are here at the beginning of this hour. I just want to say that at the beginning of, before we even went live, you know, just with our sponsors, we had over $500 raised. And actually, since we've gone live, and with regards to donations, we're sitting at $410.
Oh my!
6 sponsors. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Let us continue on pressing forward here, doing kingdom work. You know, once more, we're having a healthy, robust conversation where we're talking about perinatal, postpartum, mental health, you know what I mean? What that looks like for different people, right? Some of these crosses that we've been, you know, told that we have to carry. It's our assignment, right? And what that looks like to be a community support to someone else. And at the end of the day, when we're tying that back, Maternal Matters Favored, our mission is to provide counseling, support groups, life skills program, one-on-one services, wraparound services, and we have so many things that we're working to provide to parents, to provide them with resources, provide them with a tribe in which they can resource. You know, Melita just gave so many great examples of how, you know, we're not to work in a silo by ourselves trying to, you know, live life. Life is life be lifing, point blank bottom line, right? And in these present days and times, we don't have to do things like they did back in the day. You know what I mean? We take this thing to God, and then we take these things to individuals who can have a healthy impact in our lives. You know what I mean? And that's what we're all about at Maternal Matters Favored. We're here. We want individuals to know that we care, we get it. You know what I mean? Like, we have providers that have been there in your shoes. So you know what I mean? They're not talking above you. They are talking to you. They get it. They've been there. We have so many more individuals that are lined up to speak.
My goodness.
About what God is going to do during this broadcast.
Tam, I'm sorry. I'm still drooling at them outfits. Look at this one. I could do this one.
that part.
Oh my good. And I didn't mean to be distracted, but look at the vibrant colors. I'm thinking about, like, for the Bold, Beautiful, and Bald Beauty Bazaar in September, we could come out in the all-white pool party with some of the, oh my goodness.
Yeah, and you heard it. Look, the sizes go up to 2X, and the material of it, look, we could stretch. You know what I mean? And so forth.
And what did
so
she
yeah,
say? She ain't even have a needle and thread. She ain't even know.
Look, when God
right
gives
there.
you a vision,
He'll show you how to put it together. She said she didn't even know how to stitch. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Thank you, my leader. My leader, check that private chat. I need you, girl. I need you. And Charlotte Pringle says she needs this outfit for her cruise in October. So there you go, my leader. Just keep checking the private chat. Tam, I'm gonna put you backstage for a minute because we got a long time to go, and I don't want you to get worn out. I need to do some housekeeping because we're coming up to the top of the hour. Can you believe this? Can you believe this? We are broadcasting live in several different areas. On YouTube, search for 24 Hours of Favor charity event. Search for Mornings with the Queen Bee on YouTube. Search for Live with Evangelist Angie B. That's me on YouTube. Then on Twitter, you can search for Angie B Tour. That's Angie B, B-E-E, Angie B Tour. And please tweet us out. Don't just keep all this information to yourself, because the Lord has allowed us to survive these issues so that we can help someone else. We can be helpful to someone else. Now on Facebook, you can search for Angie B Productions, ANGIEBEE. And you can also search for Moms in Ministry on Facebook. That's Moms, the letter N, and Ministry on Facebook. Thank you so much for the comments that we've been getting. Thank you to Pastor Mary Hope for calling in this last hour. She has us in her prayers. Her ministry is in St. Augustine, Florida. And she has been supporting us all the way. We've got a couple of videos that we want to play for you, just to give you some breathing room. We know that all these testimonies are just so powerful, but we would not be broadcasting if it were not for some of the folks that you're going to be able to see coming up in just a little bit. We do understand that the prayers of the righteous availeth much, and so we are thankful for the prayers, the support, and of course the financial support, because for your $35 donation, that will allow one parent to participate in the Life Skills program that will be kicking off very soon. So here's Tam, just to talk a little bit more about it. Here's a video from Tam, and then we want to hear a little bit from our sponsors. So we'll be back in just a bit.
Tam here, coming to you from Favored. May is Maternal Mental Health Month. Yes, it is a thing. Did you know that women of any age, race, culture, and income level can experience perinatal anxiety, depression, and other mood disorders? That symptoms normally start to develop when a woman is pregnant and through their first year after childbirth, and that there are well-researched and well-effective methods for which a person can recover? There is. And this is where Maternal Matters Favored come in. We provide counseling, support groups, and a life skills program to parents and backing them up while they're balancing out parenthood and life all at one time. Remember, there's no manual to parenting, but there is a tribe for every parent. We hope that you join us.
I love my daddy.
He gives me hugs and kisses when he wakes me up. He helps me make mommy's tea in the morning. He always reads a book to me before bedtime.
I Love My Daddy is a heartwarming children's book about the special bond between a little girl and her father. It follows a day in the life of a little girl and her daddy. Produced for audiobook by Angie B. Productions.
Narrated by me, Ramona Young.
And narrated by me, the Queen Bee, Angie B. Pastor Mary Hope cordially invites you to attend the Women's Conference, June 9th through 11th, 2023, in St. Augustine, Florida. Broken, bruised, scratched, scared, but still resilient. Based on Genesis chapter 2, verse 22 through 24, I was made from bone. On Friday, June 9th at 2:30 p.m., the topic is Bumps and Bruises, presented by Pastor Regina Johnson. On Saturday, June 10th at 2:30 p.m., the topic is Scared and Broken, from Dr. Teresa Carlton. And on Sunday, June 11th, 2023 at 2:30 p.m., the topic is Resilience, from minister and therapist Kinsey Elaine. And on Saturday, June 10th, your MC is me, Evangelist Angie B. Your host is Pastor Mary Hope. The address is 1855 Prunier Road in St. Augustine, Florida. It's all about Jesus and Me Incorporated, the teaching ministry. Broken, bruised, scratched, scared, but still resilient. Promotional consideration provided by Angie B. Productions. Let's Change Together, 4th annual event. Women's Love Within Conference. Let's change together. Women's Love Within can be understood as the practice of cultivating self-love, self-acceptance, and self-compassion among women. It involves developing a positive and nurturing relationship with oneself, embracing one's strengths, weaknesses, and imperfections, and treating oneself with kindness and respect. The concept of women's love within recognizes that women often face societal pressures and expectations that can undermine their self-esteem and self-worth. These pressures can come in the form of beauty standards, gender roles, and cultural norms that dictate how women should look, behave, and think. By prioritizing women's love within, women can learn to counteract these negative influences and build a strong sense of self that is not dependent on external validation. This can lead to increased confidence, resilience, and overall well-being. Women's love within can be fostered through various practices, such as self-reflection, mindfulness, self-care, and self-compassion exercises. This will be our first year streaming live. For more information, please visit barnettpublishing.org. That's barnettpublishing.org. Promotional consideration for this event is provided by Business with a Heart and Angie B. Productions.
Hello, my name is Kiana Diane Long Hargret, and I am the founder and CEO of the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. And I am here to do a specific task in reference to mental health as well as being a parent with sickle cell. The question was asked, how is my nonprofit able to help those mothers or even parents as a father as well with dealing with mental health with sickle cell? Sickle cell is an inherited disease, and it comes from the parents. It comes from the mother having a genetic gene and the father having a genetic gene coming together, creating children, which causes a genetic disorder called sickle cell anemia or sickle cell disease. A way that is very mentally disturbing and hurtful for a parent is the fact that if they come together because they love one another and then they have a child or children, in some cases, more than one child, having the crippling disease. And I say crippling because it affects not only the body, but it affects the mentality of a person dealing with this disease. It affects the core of a person dealing with this disease, because a person that has the disease has to live life dealing with being ridiculed and looked down upon by doctors and nurses. Those that have taken an oath to help, they look down upon those that have sickle cell. They are called drug seekers and drug users. So that alone is mentally disturbing and mentally challenging within the person that's living in the body of a sickle cell person. It's important for support services that I help to make sure those that have sickle cell disease get, so that they won't stay in the hospital, because that's what happens when a person has sickle cell disease. They go into something called a crisis, which is a series of pain. And when they're in a crisis, they have to immediately go to the emergency room, get an IV put in their arm so that their cells that are shaped like this can go back into shape like this. We that are living that don't have sickle cell anemia, our cells are whole and round. And the description of those cells are smooth, round, and soft. Unlike those that have sickle cell, their cells become sticky, hard, and sickle cell shaped, which when it goes through our veins, it's hard for the circular shape to go through. And when they're like this, they get clumped together. And so that is what causes the pain. A person that is suffering with sickle cell mentally, they suffer with pain, fatigue, and sleep disturbance that are linked to depression for those that have sickle cell disease. And depression can worsen sickle cell disease complications and lead to substance abuse, all kind of abuse, because they don't know how to cope. So when a person is suffering with sickle cell disease, needing mental health and mental care, me as a case manager with the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association, it is my duty and my responsibility to match them with services that will help them to cope and to maintain their life and their livelihood in the body that they are in. My name is Kiana. I am the owner and founder of the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. I am the lead case manager, and I just want you all to know that a person that has sickle cell is really battling in their body, mentally and physically. So if you know anyone that has this disease, please speak to them and let them know that they're strong warriors and they can make it. Give them the encouragement, uplift them. And I thank you so much for this time. You'll see me again because I have much more videos to show. But thank you for this time in reference to mental health. Have a good night. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Jacqueline Rozier. I live in Coolidge, Arizona, and I am here to talk about my family and postpartum depression. Something I've never talked about before, especially out loud or to a crowd of people publicly. However, I thought it was very important for me to come and talk about this and share my family's experience. It's kind of been generational. My mother, my sister, nieces, other family members, myself. And I know that that's what it was. At the time, we didn't call it that. We didn't know what to call it. It just was like this strange quiet energy that just kind of hovered over people. And I recall my mother, as I grew up as a teenager and in my 20s and 30s, and I'm almost 70 now, watched my mother experience this postpartum problem, depression, and I will say all her life. She had given birth to children as a teenager, and by the time she was 21, she had 4 children. She was married, and she was an amazing woman. She was very smart. She was intelligent. She went to college. She even counseled people. She had a degree in psychology and counseling. She was a mentor. She was an amazing woman, full of life. But whenever she wasn't on the public stage or whenever she wasn't around a crowd of people, there was this strange darkness, this strange quietness that kind of covered her face that you can see in her eyes. And I know that it is part of the postpartum depression that she struggled with. And it's really strange because there are a lot of postpartum depressions that most people don't even recognize. You don't even recognize it yourself. And people most of the time would not even recognize that they're walking in depression. I thought about it because I'm thinking, I probably went through the same thing, this strange sadness, this strange loneliness, this strange fear that you experience. That covers you, that's in your mind. And you kind of just push through life like we do many things. We just move on, we just go on. We don't deal with it. At that time, there were no counselors, no anybody you could talk to. So I wanted to share this because I know that there are women and men and whole families that are experiencing this postpartum depression. It's kind of something that almost gets on everybody that's around. You don't know what to say. You don't know what to do. You don't know how to comfort because it's a internal thing. It's not only just chemical, and it's in the brain. It's in the heart. It's not necessarily a feeling, as in you're feeling something and touching something like hot and cold, but it's a deep down feeling that you can't shake. It's this strange emotion that seems to just lock onto your soul, onto your heart, your spirit, and you don't know what to do, and you find yourself crying for nothing. You don't know what to do. You go to pick up this beautiful baby and you just stare at it. You're not quite sure what to do with this brand new baby being in this position as a mother. And I know that one of the things that I would do, I would always just talk to my mom. I talked to my sister who went through the same thing. We would have conversations. We would work our way through getting through those dark days, those foreboding days of despair, not knowing even what we were going through. We didn't know if there was a pill you needed to take. We didn't know there was therapy that was offered to us at the time, like I said earlier. And so how did we deal with it 30, 40, 50 years ago? We just sat around quietly hoping that the person would feel better, hoping to make them laugh, tell a joke, hang out with them. We kept our eye on them to make sure that they were not going to go into a place that was going to be harmful. And so I just want to talk to the women or talk to those who are quietly experiencing this. And you don't know what to say because it feels like you just don't know what to do with it. You don't know what to do with your emotions. You don't know what to do with your feelings. You don't even know how to explain it to people. You just don't feel right. You're just going through a whole lot of gamut of emotions. You're sad, you're angry, you're fearful, you have questions, and you're just troubled. First of all, I suggest that you truly talk to someone. Tell them how you feel. Let them know how you feel. It doesn't matter how it sounds, okay? Somebody's going to understand. So we need to let people know. We need to speak out. We need to say something. And for those who are around people who suddenly go into this quietness, this aloneness, they don't want to go out, they don't want to do anything. I just want to be left alone. I'm not sure how I feel. Give them a little space, but continue to love on them, care for them. Sometimes you might have to write little notes of, I love you, I'm thinking of you. Send them a little card in the mail, send them a little note. Give them something special to make them feel that they're noticed and that you're paying attention and that you can tell that they're experiencing something. As far as being in my community, I did quite a few things when I was on the East Coast. I've now been on the West Coast for about 25 years. But when I was on the East Coast, I would start women's programs, gather women together, talk about parenting, talk to young women who were becoming parents and let them express their emotions and express how they were feeling and their frustration, especially single women. And so I started a program called Woman the Nurturing Spirit and helped them realize that they were these special souls and that they had been given these special souls in their lives and how to walk through life knowing themselves and loving themselves. Also, what I used to do is have them, I mean, one of the things we talk about all the time is journaling and writing things down. Sometimes all you have is a word. You might not want to write a whole sentence. You might not want to write a whole page. Sometimes every day you might just have to sit and think of a word that you're feeling. How do I feel right now? And sometimes you might have to Google it and see, emotion, words that make you express emotions, and pick a word to express how you feel. Be with that, and share it. And as a woman of faith, I like to talk to God about the things that I go through. And I know that God is listening. I believe in a higher power, a creator, and I know that God is there listening to me, and that I can gain direction and instruction and support as I experience those moments where I'm not feeling quite right, where I'm feeling not so good as a young parent, as a young mother, what to do. And they say there's no real books that you can buy to really teach you or show you how to be a mother. So what did I do? I went to God. I really did. I would lay these babies down at night in the bed, in the cribs, and I would say, okay, God, you sent these little babies to me. You sent this soul to me. What do I need to do with this baby? How do I care for this baby? And I'm telling you, when I tell you what I tell you, God will speak to your heart, speak to your soul, give you instructions, give you directions, or he'll lead you to someone who can support you and show you and talk to you about. It takes a whole village, yes, to raise a child. It takes a whole village to help you be a mother too. And so I'm saying that you may need to just reach out, call on God, call on somebody, call on a family, just share how you feel. It's very important not to bottle yourself up, not to be quiet, not to think that your voice will not be heard and that you don't matter. So I appreciate being able to share this information with whoever is listening. I'm not sure if what I'm saying is making a difference. I know it made a difference for me. I know that it is important for us to start to talk about this out loud, for us to take notice and to pay attention to our young women, our young mothers. They seem to be younger and younger all the time. I was just talking to my daughter-in-law, and I said, all these grandmothers that are in their 30s, oh my gosh, and they're getting through their own postpartum depression probably here and there, now and again sometimes. And so it's very important for us to begin to, as women, to continue to get back to talking with each other, sharing with each other. So many women are working today, not back in the day when moms were home, mothers were around. And that's what they did. They talked to one another. They shared with one another. And so I hope and pray that you'll be able to gain something from this entire experience in the next 24 hours or whenever this video is shared with, and that you will reach out to people, that you will contact those who are professionals, who you can talk to a friend, talk to a relative, talk to someone about how you're feeling, so you don't feel alone, so you don't feel like this weight, this cloud is yours to carry by yourself. So there you have it. My name is Jacqueline Rozier. Should you want to contact me or ask me questions or even experience going through the love journey, that's fun. That'll help you with something like this as well. Contact me on Facebook at this time. I'm prepared to put up my website and introduce the love journey to you. At this time, you can contact me at Jacqueline E. Rozier. Jacqueline E., middle initial, Rozier, Jacqueline, middle initial E, last name Roz, as in zebra, IER. Talk to you later. Be blessed.
Oh my God.
Oh,
girl.
Mother Jacqueline says she is almost 70.
Listen, when we're talking about, the older women teaching the new women, she dropped so many jewels. Like, I was like blinking. I'm like, don't drop that tear. Don't drop that tear.
That was Booker Titus. She said they didn't know what to call it back then. They just toughed it out.
And that's
I love what your friend Mylita said. She said nothing in the man's life changes. He may take a couple of days off or whatever, but he still gets out. He still goes to work. He still
that part. Just groundbreaking. My heart is overwhelmed. Just listening to some of these conversations. I don't want to say they're stories because these are conversations, like testimony, right? Guys, even if it's coming in as a video, this is the conversation. We're talking to you, to us. We're having this kind of town hall community forum, right? Know that this thing is real. We hear you, and we are here. There are pockets of people and specialized walks. I mean, when we talk about God's will and his work and doing kingdom work, we all have different assignments. And so Mylita's swimwear is her assignment to help with this area of mood, anxiety, depression that a person may go through, right? And when we're talking about Charla, a veteran serving, her assignment, right? And here we just had Mother Jacqueline just come through and like, listen, baby, we know that this thing is real. You know what I mean? Back in the day, it just wasn't what they did. They didn't talk about it. And her being able to provide that content is truly groundbreaking because just think about it, Angie. I imagine so many women back then was like, what is going on with me?
Yeah.
How do I make it through?
Yeah. And I love the fact that she said sometimes you just got to lay that baby down. And Tam, I know you've got a video that you're getting ready to show us, and I am grateful for that. And while you get it ready, I just want to say I don't like to give shout outs to TV shows, but the TV show Accused, that's a series. I watched an episode last night where a deaf mother was a surrogate for a couple that could not conceive. And when the baby was born, the baby was deaf, and the parents wanted to do a surgical procedure so that the baby could hear. Well, the deaf mother kidnapped the baby, and I'm not going to tell the whole thing, but when the husband of the deaf woman realized that she had kidnapped the baby, he was like, oh no, we got to take this baby back. We just going to tell him it's postpartum depression. We just gonna tell him it's anxiety, and she's like, "Well, how do you know what any of those things feel like?" And he's like, "Well, I don't know, but that's just what we gonna tell him." And so some people can just come off and be like, "Oh, that's all. It ain't this. It ain't that." Some people be like, "Eat some chocolate, eat some bananas. It's just." But when you are in the throes of it, that thing is real.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
It's real. It's truly real.
This is there's a lot to unpack here, and we're going to be doing it in small increments throughout the next couple of hours. And so where we know historically, once more, guys, that women, we've carried this burden. It's, us going through the carrying of the baby and birthing the child and all those different aspects. There is so much data coming in these days about men, their mental health, and what that looks like for fathers. And so I thought it was really cool to maybe take this glimpse. This is an event, and we're going to be rolling all the way through to Mother's Day tomorrow, right? But we get it, you know what I mean? You dads are starting to raise the flag and like, listen, I'm kind of off kilter too. And as long as you're doing your thing as a parent, that's what we're here. We're here to support you. Let's go ahead and get into playing the video.
Amen. Amen. Wonderful. Wonderful. Wonderful.
So as we know, a lot of parents, they're going to pass histories of anxiety, some with depression, and even some with severe traumas before they become parents and never dealt with those traumas. So I want to take you back to my own personal experience. I'm from up the valleys, Nantley Moyle near. My father was and grandfather was a miner in the Wind Western. Very much a man up, come on, let's get on with it. If we had a problem, we'd go down the pub. I never talked about mental health to my parents. We never talked about anything like that. Unfortunately for me in school, I couldn't keep still. I was very agitated in school. I find it hard to keep on the spot now. And what I didn't know at the time, I was diagnosed at 40 years of age with ADHD and dyslexia. So like I said, I had a lot of low self-esteem, unfortunately, before I became a parent. But luckily for me, I entered the youth club in the valleys, and there was a gentleman said, you can do anything with your life. Don't let anyone tell you can't do anything with your life. And I went on to be a British champion. I was a national champion in 3 different sports. But unfortunately, I left school at 15, and the rave scene started kicking in the 90s. You probably see me on Uncovered, Grease Uncovered somewhere with my glow stick. And I'm not proud to say, but unfortunately, I got into a lot of drugs, alcohol. That was my coping skill at the time. But luckily for me, I met my wife, Michelle, and we've been together 23 years now, and we've never had an argument ever that I've won. But luckily for me, she put me on a straight and narrow, and I went to sales and communication skills, and I was doing good money, very good money. Company car, all the material stuff that I'm not interested in now. And I was very fit. I always kept my fit. I was into kickboxing, all football, all sorts of things. But this is probably the hardest side of my talk. It was after 22 hours labour. I remember the doctors come rushing in, and they said, Mr. Williams, your wife needs emergency C-section. We need to get down to theatre quick. The words emergency, I honestly thought my wife and baby was going to die. And when I see Michelle in the theatre, I honestly thought, oh my gosh, I've never been in a situation before. I felt helplessness. And what I know now is PTSD. So what is PTSD, guys? PTSD is an anxiety disorder, either witnessing or experiencing a life-threatening event. And that's from mild, moderate to severe end. Nothing worse thinking your wife and baby's going to die in that situation, yeah? And I've worked in secure units, I've worked in horrific things in my life. Nothing worse for me personally thinking they were both going to die. Michelle went on to have severe postnatal depression. We believe it was a lot of birth trauma, PTSD. And I was expected to be back in work in 2 weeks. All of a sudden, I was home with my wife. I was actually in a place where I couldn't tell my friends, couldn't tell my family. It was crisis team. My wife didn't want to be here anymore. My personality was starting to change. It got to the point where my mother-in-law came to live with us, and I'm still getting counselling for that now, for honestly. But on a serious note, I had a lot of family support. A lot of families, as you know, haven't got that support. During that postnatal period, like I said, my personality changed. I remember punching a sofa, bust my hand. I was avoiding situations. I was using alcohol. I didn't initially get a bond attachment with my son, but I think that grew because I was skin to skin. That oxytocin, I think, helped me with that bonded attachment. I remember starting fights with bouncers, not because I had a chance of beating them. It was when somebody's hitting you, it's another form of self-harm. I couldn't tell my wife how I was feeling because I didn't want to impact on her mental health. And I was actually having suicidal thoughts in the postnatal period as well. But as a man, I was told just to man up and get on with it. What have you got to be depressed about? You didn't give birth to the baby. This didn't. I didn't. I was more concerned about my wife I was. So basically, after 5 years, I had a breakdown. I was in community mental health services, diagnosed with ADHD. But what happened was, when I set up a group with fathers only supporting my partners with postnatal depression, this is what I found. I found they were suffering from PTSD themselves, antenatal anxiety and depression. So if we've got a dad who witnessed trauma the first time round, the next baby comes along, obviously the anxieties will be higher now, because now he's got to go into a labour ward where he witnessed that trauma the first time. And a smell can trigger off PTSD, as we know, yeah? Fathers with postnatal depression. Gosh, no way, that's got to be hormonal. But there is a shift in fathers where testosterone levels goes less as well. And 1 in 10, as I'll explain, suffer from postnatal depression, 1 in 10. And the importance of this talk today is, what's the biggest killer in men under 50 in the UK, guys? Suicide. And we're not screening fathers for their mental health at the moment. So this is why it's important. Paternal OCD, dads get the intrusive thoughts they can do something to the baby. Dads get these thoughts that social services are going to take the babies off them. Dads worry about some thoughts that mums get as well. So many fathers like myself are undiagnosed with bipolar, schizophrenia, clinical depression, ADHD, ASD, before they become dads. And they self-manage that. And then the baby comes along, the lack of sleep, wife or partner with postnatal depression. There is loads of reasons why fathers suffer in the postnatal period, the first 12 months. And like mums, they struggle to bond with their children too. It does look different with fathers. So many fathers saying they're not good enough as well, that low self-esteem. And as we know, fatherhood has totally changed from when my father was a minor. The pressures are different today. There's more single fathers, there's more stay-at-home dads, dads feeling totally isolated. And sometimes it's only the dad who is suffering, and that impacts on mum's mental health as well. And of course, that has an impact on our development of the child. And we talk about vision today. My vision has always been, if we support all parents in the antenatal period, as well as the postnatal period and beyond, it just has far better outcomes for the whole family and that development of that child. And this is what I use, and some fathers use. Alcohol, drugs. You know, they're feeling anger, angry, suppressing their feelings. Only now we start to hear more about mental health. And like me, I was never diagnosed. I went to other services years later. And a lot of fathers are just getting diagnosed with depression or anxiety. But when you look at the root of the cause, it could possibly be PTSD or postnatal depression or anxiety during that time. And that's what perinatal mental health is. It's a big umbrella. It's the antenatal period as well as the first year after the baby's born. So these are some of the studies. Now, we've known this since 91, guys. But 1 in 10 fathers suffer from postnatal depression, and it was 1 in 10 for years for mums. But once we started getting the education out there and the screening, we know now it's far more. So 1 in 10 fathers, that's 75,000 fathers in the UK every year suffering with some sort of depression during this time. Looking after your partner with postnatal depression, up to 50% of dads get depressed during this. My argument is, okay, sometimes it's only dad who's struggling. Well, it's got to be up to 50% for mums as well, haven't it? So up to 50%. There's so many reports out there now. The NCT did a report up to 38% of dads struggle with their mental health in the first year. 73% were concerned about their partner's mental health. 73%. Young fathers, 39% of young fathers wanted support for their mental health, and there was nothing there for them. And November, I've just done a report as well. They said that 33% of dads were stressed during this time, used the word stressed. And also the first year of fatherhood, 1 in 5 fathers felt totally isolated. We know it has far better outcomes when we support all parents, same gender parents, everyone during this time. We talk about early prevention. We need to start looking at pregnancy when we talk about mental health. Let's start from pregnancy and move on. Because it does have far better outcomes, guys. I want to take you think away. There's 600,000 male suicides every year. 600,000 male suicides. And we know it's far higher because of the stigma around suicide as well, unfortunately. 47 times more likely to be rated a suicide risk during the perinatal period than at any other time in a man's life. So that's why it's so important about looking at the new father's mental health. I wanted my journey to be something good to come out of something bad. I've been lucky to set up International Father's Mental Health Day, which is actually registered now on the World Health Organization, the World Calendar for Mental Health. And also, how are you, Dad? The hashtag. I want the conversations when health visitors ask, how are you doing? We all got mental health, haven't we? It's either good or bad. We want health visitors, parents to educate themselves that this can happen to dads as well. The amount of relationships that end in is absolutely horrendous. Sometimes their behaviours do look different than mums when post-depression especially. So I want to end on what the work I've done. I want to inspire you. I'm just a guy from the valleys, and I've been fortunate to be on TV and radio stations, not just in the UK, but around the world.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff. I wanted to show that video for several reasons. One, you notice the accent, right? And so this is not just a United States thing. This thing is global. And we'll actually be speaking with some individuals from a global organization working with perinatal and postpartum individuals. And two, fathers are going through it too, right? And ways in which they're dealing and handling being a parent, and being a man and supposed to be this breadwinner or whatever have you, however which way, right? Society tells us we got to look, this thing is real. And we are to be real with ourselves and not try to mask it through numbing it, right? Acting like it's not taking place, that you're not having these feelings of anxiety or suicidalness. I loved how he talked about OCD, you know what I mean? And also, that sometimes we pick up wrong coping tools, alcohol, drugs and things to that effect, which is a story that I have, you know what I mean? And I've been clean for almost 20 years and so forth. And so when we're talking about we're having a healthy conversation, we're putting this thing out here, we're being fully transparent, and we're saying, we get it. We understand, you know what I mean? You're going through this and you're going through it like this. Let me tell you how that works out. And let me tell you another way to go through it. And why? Because at the end of the day, we are here doing kingdom work. I'm not going to, downplay that at all. This is a ministry. We are a 501c3. We're a ministry. We're giving folks an outlet, and we're showing them, that God has a way for you. And